welcome to our Python Master Series. I'm so excited because we're gonna be learning together. We're gonna be going through a lot together, and it is very important. Now, I already told you how I was intending to come in with Python Master Series, and this is very, very important. I know it's been a very important time for me, and it's going to be a very good time for me, and we're going to be looking at a lot of bigger things in this video, and I really expect you to be part of this video, and make sure you subscribe to this channel because we're just getting started, because I really I really expect a lot to come in, and as we go into this, and as we look into a lot in Python programming. And I have done a lot of documentations on Python in this mostly for this video, and I'm going to start this video on style because there are a lot of things that I really want us to work on before we get started. One thing that I really want to do is I am answering common Python is answering it is the common user questions. Now there are questions that really people tend to use to ask mostly when you're new to programming. You really need to decide, should you learn Python? Now, why should you learn Python? Why is Python very important? Now, who uses Python, and where is Python applicable in real life? What can I do with Python? All those questions are being answered in this video, and we are gonna jump direct and look at my documentation on those questions, and we get started with this video. So let me go. It's gonna be a lot of reading, and if you don't mind, if you don't wanna read everything, everything, because I'm not gonna read everything partially. I'm going to go through key points. That is very important. I've provided a link at the description where you can download this document and read it for yourself. Go through, and it's very important. Like I said, it's very important. Just subscribe, like this video, and let's get moving. Leave a review at the comment section and tell me what you think and what are your expectations in Python Master Series. Like I told you, we are going to have over 4 episodes of this video, of this Python Master Series, and we have gotten started already. So we're going to look into other. We're going to look at episode 2. That's going to constitute of most. It's going to be of constitute of Python objects and Python objects and data types No, that's what is gonna be there mostly. So I really encourage you to be part of this reason. We shall have episode 2 where we're going to look at a lot functions, object-oriented programming, and everything. Then we shall have episode 3 where we're gonna talk about advanced Python libraries. That's what we shall have. NumPy, we shall have SciPy, we shall have matplotlib libraries, and everything else we shall concentrate on handling Python libraries. And we shall summarize with graphical user interfaces. So we shall have using Tinker, we shall be using that's where we shall apply when we concentrate on developing Python programs in Python games and everything. So we're gonna talk about it. So let's jump direct and look at our documentation and answer specific questions that we could be having about Python programming. Once again, welcome to Python Master Series, and check this out. Make sure you're part of this series till the end, because I'm looking at learning and learning and sharing with you. That's my main aim, because when I'm sharing, I'm learning. Every time we get an error, I'm learning. I'm into a lot as an individual, but I've decided today let's handle Python Master Series, which is very important. So let's get started. Let's jump direct and talk about this, like what I've told you about the documentation, what we're gonna be looking at. Let's answer specific questions. Why do people use Python? Now, this is a very common question that most people seem to be asking. Mostly when you're new to programming, this question is very common, and I have had a lot of people ask me this question, and I have made a documentation. Why do people use Python? But on the video basis, I talk to people about it because they spoke to me as an individual. I had someone talk to me about Python. Why do people use Python? and then I realized it was aligned to what real I needed to do as an individual, as a programmer, what I focused on. So there are a lot of programming languages outside. We are always choosing a programming language because it becomes an issue. So it is one thing that we're gonna handle in this video, and I expect you to be in this way still, and make sure you check out everything that you really need. I've told you, if you're not going to be reading all this, because I'm not personally, I'm not going to be reading all this, I ask you to go down in the description and get this link and download this document on Python, and it's very important. Why do people use Python? So let's get started. So there are so many programming languages, and this sounds to be an ideal question by every new or even all the coders that are willing to change their programming skills. So you really have to ask that, why should I learn Python? Let's look into qualities. Let's look at it to reasons that I've documented about this series, about this Python, more published Python for this series, and a lot more series that are coming ahead of us. We're gonna look at a lot of projects in Python, and trust me, we're gonna do better. We're gonna do bigger things and mega things on this. So software quality is, I have really made this my first. I put it first because I know what it means to be fast, and I know why. Because everyone needs something quality, and that's exactly what we're gonna do in Python. But in Python, I want to tell you that there is no quantity. You will see it, what I'm saying in practice. So software quality, for many Python focus on readability. This is very important. Python focuses on readability and coherence. You understand what I'm saying? Software quality is in general sets apart from other tools in scripting world and everything. Python code is designed to be readable and hence reusable and maintainable. Trust me, if a code is not reusable, you're gonna have a very hard time maintaining that code. And if it can't be maintained, then it's not gonna be a very good application. It's not gonna be a very good software. It's not gonna pay off, because it's going to be a very hard time. You're gonna have a very hectic moment, maintaining that application. So Python has looked into that. Python programmers looked into that. Developers looked into that, and guys that are maintaining Python, everything, what they being an open source, they have looked into that. Software quality is main and is key. Okay, you can download this and check it out. Now, why is it that Python, Python is why Python was able to attain all this? It's because of the object-oriented attributes. Now, because Python is object-oriented programming language, you're gonna see that what happens. Okay, it's both procedural and object-oriented programming language. You're gonna see what I'm talking about exactly. If you're new to programming, you don't think about OP or OP. You really want to understand this and how important it is in programming, and why you should learn object-oriented programming in any language, even C++ or Java. You need this. These are skills that you get real there to run away from. So let's look into other reason why people use Python. Developer productivity. Trust me, every developer has to be productive, and no one wants to be unproductive. I personally spend my time on productive things, and I look at developing productive software that are really going to help a community, and that are really going to help me as an individual. I really have to enjoy what I do exactly. So if some people give positive reviews on applications that I write, I want that. Python puts developer productivity many times beyond compiled statically typed languages such as C, C++, and Java. That sounds strange, but it's real. Python code is typically one-third or one-fifth the size of equivalent C++ or Java code. This is crazy. Sometimes it may not be real. These are just statistics, but not very accurate. But let me tell you that truth. It's something very small, but very complete. Python code. I'm talking about it. You will understand. That means there is less time to type, three less to debug, and less to maintain after the fact. Python programs also run immediately without lengthy compiling and link sense required by some other tools, further boosting programming speed. Speed is good and it's key. Program portability. Now, if you are not able to build something, if you are not able to fit in winter and same time being summer, it's gonna be a very hard time for you. You will think I only want to live during winter and die in summer. I mean, you have to be portable, you have to be flexible, you have to be everywhere. Now, that's what Python does. Run it on Linux and Python, it's okay. Write a code on Windows operating system and it's gonna run on Linux without any issue. You're gonna write a code on Linux and it's gonna run on Windows, on Mac OS, on Ubuntu, anything without any issue. That's what I'm talking about. Portability. Python runs unchained all major computer platforms without any issue. Now, porting Python code between Linux and Windows. For example, it's usually just a matter of copying scripts code between machines. Moreover, Python offers multiple options for coding portable graphical user interfaces. Check that out. We are going to do that in our series, and that is in episode 4. We're going to look into designing user interfaces. That's when you get to know how beautiful Python is. So, database access, Python gives us this is very important. A programming language that will give you access to database is always going to be a very hard one, because you have to use many tools or buy third-party APIs just to access a database. Or you're gonna write a static application without a database for a provision, which is not in this generation. That everything has to be done very quick, and that's what Python does. So, web-based systems. Think about it. You're gonna see some of the companies that are using Python and the key applications that are really running on web, but they are using Python. Okay, that's very important. I guess you understand what I'm talking about. So, even operating system interfaces, including program launches and directory processing, are as portable in Python as they can be possibly be. I know what I'm talking about because I've done it. You're gonna see it in this series, in this Python math operation. Subscribe to this channel and leave a comment. Open your notification bell and make sure you get every time I upload videos. I'm gonna be uploading videos. We might have videos on probably we're gonna have a few videos on episode 1. That is on objects and data types. We're gonna have them running already. So it's very important when you really subscribe and like and comment and tell me what you expect, what are your expectations in the version, what you think we should go through and how we should handle it. Support libraries. Python comes with a lot of libraries in support of libraries. Python programmers work every single time, like you, like me. We contribute a lot in Python maintenance. When you leave your review, I'm telling you that it's very important. Leave your review and let's talk about it. Python comes with a large collection of pre-built and portable functionality known as standard library. We're gonna see how we can handle math functions, how we can handle graphing, graphing, how we can handle a lot of scientific applications, a lot of artificial intelligence and everything. We're gonna see them exactly in this series. One more thing that we boost of NumPy extension. If you've seen it before or you just see about NumPy, you're gonna see how scientific programming becomes very easy with Python. That's what I'm talking about because I've seen it personal. And I know what I'm talking about. And you're gonna see if you're into scientific, scientific programming, Python is the best road to take. I assure you that. There are just so many programming languages. I'm talking about Python. You can see that data analysis and everything, machine learning and everything. We're gonna see them in Python, right down there. So, component integration. Now, this is a very important thing. A Python code, a Python program can be integrated, or you can use other. You can communicate. Python can communicate with any other component. A lot of components, I would say. Python scripts can easily communicate with other parts of application. It is other part of the application is written in C or C++ or what. Python is gonna find it easy to do that. It's gonna communicate. I know what I'm talking about, and you will understand what I'm talking about. So it's very important you be part of this. So Python, such integration allows Python to be used as a product customization and extension tool. Today, Python code can invoke C++. C libraries can be called from C and C++ programs, Java and .NET for Windows. I'm telling you the facts. Check this out and do your research and see if I'm talking of valid stuffs. I know what I'm talking about. Exactly. If you're not able to read all this, please go ahead and download this document. I'll put it in the description and check it out. Enjoyment. I enjoy code personal because Python is of use and built into itself. It can make the act of programming more pleasure than chore. Now, although this may be an intangible benefit, its effect on productivity is an important aspect. Of these factors, the first two, quality and productivity, are probably the most compelling benefits to most Python users. You've seen it out. I know what I'm talking about, and you got to look into this and check out it. Then there are a lot more benefits that come with Python, and why people use Python, and we have decided to answer that question that way. It's very important that you really consider that because it's key thing here. So I'm going to answer another question, and that is Python a scripting language? I personally asked this question before I started teaching myself Python. I taught myself through you guys. I utilized the available resources online, and what you're doing now, those are learning with me and those are teaching me. That's how I learned Python, and I'm still learning Python. That's why I'm sharing. Python is a scripting language. It's a general purpose programming language that is often applied in scripting roles. Depends if you decide to apply it on scripting. Trust me, it's gonna be that. But Python does beyond that. That question is so advanced. Text me, or ask me that question in a comment section. If you don't understand, I stayed confused not until I got into coding in Python. That's when I got to understand what I was talking about, how important it was. So check it out and see Python is a scripting language. It does commonly define as an object-oriented scripting language, a definition that blends support for object-oriented with an over-orientation towards scripting roles. In fact, people often use the word script instead of programs to describe Python code. It is okay. Who uses Python today? Now, we look into this. Who uses Python today? At this writing, the best estimate anyone can seem to make of the size of Python users. Now, I have seen Python being used in different companies. Now, it is very, very important that a lot bigger companies use Python, and this is very important if you look into a lot and you want to do bigger things in Python programming, and it is very important that you take into consideration. So who uses Python? I'm gonna look at specific companies, bigger companies, and bigger companies, because we have a lot of companies that I'm not gonna document in this way. One is Google makes use of Python in its website system and employees. Have you checked it out? Almost everyone uses Google search engine, and it's built in Python, so it's very important that you take note of that. The YouTube video sharing services, which is very important. It's YouTube is part of Google. It's a Google product, so there is no way you don't really expect it to be used. Python to be using that. So we have seen Python being used in BitTorrent peer-to-peer file sharing. Check it out. This is so big. Google Popular Objects in Web Development Framework uses Python in its application language. If online, if you haven't played this game, check it out. We look at Maya powerfully integrated 3D modeling and animation systems, provides Python scripting application programming interface. Intel, Cisco, and a lot more. Check it out. IBM and everything. So check Industrial and Magic Pixel. All these use Python. So J. Morgan and Chase UBS, Getco, and Citadel apply Python in financial market forecasting. This is more bigger. NASA, Los Alamos, and Farmland, EGPL, and others use Python for scientific programming. You're gonna see it down in this page. iRobotic uses Python to develop commercial robotic devices. You're gonna check this out. ASRI uses Python as an end-user customization tool for its popular GIS mapping product. The NASA uses Python for the cytography and intelligence of changes analysis. You're gonna check this out. The iron 40 mil server product and more than 1 million lines of Python and more code to do its job. You're gonna check it out. The one laptop per child OLPC project build is uses in Python. So we have basically looked at key things, key companies that use Python, but if Python boosts alone, there is too much to deal with Python. So it's very important that you really stay tuned. Thank you for watching this video. It's been a very good time that you've been there, you've been following the duration. It's been a long one, it's been ready. What you're gonna do is you're gonna go down in the description link, description below, and download this document and read it first. So you can ask your questions, you can ask for more Python documents. I'll send them to you. So what you do, subscribe and stay tuned. We coming next with Python installation and how to run Python program, so which is very important. Thank you so much for being part of this video. Stay tuned for more videos that are coming in Python Master Series. We are just getting started. Thank you. Okay. Welcome to this other video, Python Master Series, and it's really a good time. It's a good time. Welcome again to Python Master Series. It's been a good time. We have really gotten started, and we are going to make this video very brief, because we're not going to do a lot of things to right now. What we're gonna do is we're gonna see the Python installation. We're gonna see the Python installation, and then we're gonna see how to run Python programs. So this is what we're gonna focus on. It's not going to be a very long video. I'm going to try my best and make it very short. It is going to be very short, because it's not gonna do a lot. Things not gonna carry a lot. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna jump direct and show you how you can get Python ready in your PC. Now the thing is, the latest operating systems come with Python. come with a certain version of Python. I think the latest Windows 11, I haven't checked it out, but we saw with Windows 10, most of them, most of these operating system came with it, and then Mac OS and Linux, and we can really see that most of most of these operating systems come with Python inbuilt, and when you have them, in case you have Python in, you really don't need to struggle a lot, and maybe before you jump into this video, what you're gonna do is if you're using a Windows operating system, just go and check it out. If you have Python installed in your PC or you don't have, and if you the only way you can do this is let's try to run CMD, which is a it is a command prompt. I'm just gonna type the word Python. So what happens is because I already have Python installed, I have Python version 3.9.2 already installed in my PC. So I have Python. So if you're using Linux, you can go ahead and run your terminal and check it out and see if you have Python already installed. And if you're using Mac OS, please do the same thing. Check it out and see if you have Python already installed in your PC, or if it's not there, I'm gonna show you how you can download it, and we get started. So let's look at the installation. Let's jump directly to our web browser and check it out. How we're trying to talk about it exactly. So I'm going to my web browser and search for Python. Python.org. I'm gonna say python.org, and I'll click on the first link. I'm gonna click on the first link and see where we're going exactly. So I'm opening the first link. I'm opening the python.org page / downloads. Now the thing is if you can check down the description, you're gonna find a link to Python, to python.org. You can check it down there and make sure you download the right version of Python. Now we are here. This is a python.org website, official website for Python, where we can download Python. Now download the latest version of Python for Windows. We can see here it's Python 3.10, which, oh my God, this is very awesome. So you can download that, and then one thing that you have to do is if you're looking for Python for different operating system, check it out. If you're running Linux or Unix, please make sure you download the right version. If you're using Mac OS, please make sure you download the latest, the right version. And then if you're using other, please download the right version. So basically that's what you're gonna do. So you just make sure you download that and download the latest version, and installation is going to be very easy. You just have to follow steps, follow every step. In case you're finding it difficult to install Python, please let me know. Go down in the description, go down in the comment section and let me know. I'll see how I can help you out. But the most important thing is please do that, and let's download Python and get ready. So basically that's how you get started. I already have Python. I'm not going to download Python again. I already have Python downloaded already, so it's fine for now. But in case you're finding it difficult to do the installation, please let me know. I'll let you out and let you know how we can deal with that. So I guess you're done with the Python installation. Now one thing that I'm going to show you in this video shortly is how to run Python programs. We already see the uses of Python, companies that are using Python, and why you should learn Python, a lot of things like that. So what we're going to look at right now is we're going to look at how we can run Python programs. Now, a Python program, you can write it anywhere in any text editor, and then running it is also very easy. So for the case of this tutorial or this particular videos, I'm gonna be showing you two ways that we can do this. For the sake of this video, we're going to be running most of our programs on. I'm going to be writing most of our programs on Python IDE. I know the Python editor. Sorry. So Python, after you've installed Python, this comes along with Python. So I guess you've installed Python. So what you do is go to your search engine, go to your search, go and search for, go ahead and search for Python IDE. Search for Python IDE, which stands for Python Integrated Environment. So we can write our code on this. We can write our code on this. So it's very, very important. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open this. I'm going to. So I'm going to open this, and I really guess you've done the installation very well. That's why I want to make this video short. I don't want to make it very long, Yeah, I'm opening my Python, and now I just want to show you how we can run programs briefly, and then we get done with this video, and then jump into other things. It's we are getting into reprogramming now, so we have a lot to do in this series. So I can run code on Python interactive window, which is this. So this will happen. So when I write anything, let me show you something. Let me say x is equal to 4. So if I say print x, so it's gonna print 4. Now the only challenge with this is it's not gonna save this. It's not going to save this. It's not going to save your program. So when you close the program, it also gets lost. So this is one way you can use the interactive window and write your code, and mostly when you're beginning and then you're playing and you're just trying to test a few things. So you can do basically this, but I'm gonna show you the standard way we can write our code that we're going to reuse. So we're going to use for building applications. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to file and open a new file, and this window will write open here. So I'm gonna write anything. I'm gonna write our code, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say a or x is equal to 10. So I'm gonna say y is equal to 10. So I'm gonna say print sum of this is x plus y. So I'm gonna say print sum. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna save this program. So I'm gonna save this program first before I run it. So yeah, I'm gonna save this program, and I'm gonna save it anyway, but I feel I should save it in where I'm saving all my Python programs for this particular tutorial. I have it the way I'm saving all in Python. Must be Python master code. So I'm gonna call this script 16. I've been writing scripts I really don't know which script am I into, but let me say script of the 16.py. So I'm gonna see this, and so when I run this code, it gives me 20. So now the most important thing is we have the code saved. Now I repeat that, which is very important. We have the code saved, so it is always very important that you take into consideration that. So uh, we have it saved, so we can reuse it. We can write it and make it a very bigger module that we can do. We can use for so many things. So basically, this is how we can run Python programs. So Python master selection video. Now we've already gotten started with Python, and I'm really very happy that people are subscribing, leaving your reviews, you're commenting on this, liking the videos, and you know you're doing a lot more, sharing the videos. And this is very important. Like I told you, we on Python master series, and it's very important to share ideas, and that's exactly what I'm doing. So we're in Python master series. Yeah, we're in Python master series, and I promise we're gonna have a lot. We're gonna cover a lot during this time, and we running on episodes. Yeah, this is our first episode, and this is going to be based on introduction, the overview of Python, and we're gonna look at objects and data types, and exactly that's what we're going to look at today. So we are looking at objects and data types. Yeah, we have already seen what objects and data types are on our previous video. So if you haven't watched the previous video, if you jumped into it, if you just see, and I have created chapters of this. So I've created chapters of, that's a chapter that's talking about objects and data types in Python that you can go back and watch it. So we have seen what we're gonna be covering in this series, in this episode one, and that's mostly covering the introduction in Python data types and objects. So today we are looking at something very beautiful, and we are looking at our first data type, in Python, and that is numbers. Now, numbers are very straightforward. The operations are very easy. Now, I don't really expect you to struggle to understand this. Now, I guess you know most operations, the use of most operations in whatever, a lot of operations. We're going to be using most of them. We're just going to be, you know, playing around with numbers. That's all that we're going to be looking at. So we're going to be looking at the floating points numbers. We're going to be looking at the integer numbers, the decimal points, extra decimals, and everything. Now we're going to be looking at that. That's where our focus is going to be. So our main focus is going to be focused on that operations, how we use the plus signs, the addition, the multiplications, the divisions, the modulus, and the exponent, the square root, and everything. This is very important. Now, Python is very important in a way that it helps us with a lot. We need built math methods to solve a particular issue, like getting a square root and getting a value of pi or do that. So Python does all that for us. So once again, you don't need to struggle to understand this, but I do expect you to understand this at the end of it all, because I'm going to break it down in a way that you can really get this out, and it's not gonna be very hard. So let's jump direct to our editor. I'm still using Python editor to write most of these programs, and if you haven't installed the Python, I mean you don't know how to install Python, please check out our video on Python installation, and it's in the chapters down. Check out our video Python installations, and please get done with that. Don't make the rushing to our website and you check out all in our website. I've made these videos, I've made a documentation in our website, which is infinityug.com, that you're going to find it in the link provided in the description below. You can check it out, go into the website, and make sure you understand, which is very important. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing this video. Thank you so much for leaving your reviews. Yeah, it's very important now. I'm getting to understand a lot of things. Why? It's because you are making me do this. It's because you leave in your comments. It's because you're telling me exactly what you feel about the things. So it's very important. It's very important. So let's jump in direct and get started with Python. So I've already told you about how to declare variable in Python. How to handle how Python handles variables and things like that. So I'm gonna declare a variable. Like I told you, we're going to be playing with numbers, basically numbers. So I'm going to create a variable which is a number, and I'm going to declare a variable which is a, and I'm going to initiate it with partial number. I'm going to say 12. uh, this is a static variable. Let me say, repeat it again. It's a static variable. We're taking our values. We are initiating it already because we're just taking values. But with time, you're going to see inputs. Now, when we're working with dynamic variables, we need an input from a user or y. So we shall be working on them. But right now, let's just look at this and see how to deal with them. So I've created a variable which is a. A is equal to 12, and I'm gonna say b is equal to, let's say b is equal to 5. So one thing that I'm gonna do is I'm just going to print out this. I'm gonna print the sum. The sum is equal to a plus b. So I'm gonna just say let's print sum. So which is the addition of this. So everybody say let's put sum. So let me run this code and we'll see what's going to happen. So once again, please, I guess you are going to understand all this. Please leave your reviews behind. Tell me what you think about this series, and it's very important. Subscribe to this channel, and let's have a lot talking about Python Master Series and a lot more. And every time you subscribe, you're gonna be the first person to get videos. Every time I upload a video on this channel, you get videos direct, and latest videos on a lot of things here. I'm doing a lot of things. Doing Python master theories, but I still have a lot to do. So I'm saving this. I'm gonna call it script .py. Okay, sorry the exhibit, but no, I'm gonna replace it because I just want to use it. I don't want to struggle with it though. When we run this, we're going to see what happens after. Sorry, my PC is somehow freezing, but it's gonna run it. We shall be able to see the output. So uh, after we run it, it gives us 17. So you see, so what we done is it's very simple. So we just added 5 to 12. So let's print multiplication. So I'm gonna say print. I'm gonna say print a times b. So when I say print, then I'm gonna say print a minus b, and so on. And then I'm gonna say print a b divided by a. Oh, it's just simple. Think without. Then I will say again print b modulus. I'm going to say modulus a. So we're not going to made out of this after dividing. I don't know. No, I think you look at this. But it's fine. It's very fine. Let's look at this. Let's look at this. Let's look at this also as well. And then one thing that I want us to look at in operations, in Python operations of numbers, I'm gonna look at we're going to look at something very simple, and I would call it this is exponent. How to get an exponent, which is a double asterisk b. So we're just getting that as simple about, and this is all. So let me try to run it and we see what happens again. So it has pretty fast. So a plus b gives us 17, and a times b gives us this, which is 15 times it is 15 times 2 time 15 times 12 times 5 gives us 60. So and we have b minus a minus b, which is 12 minus that gives us 7, and then we have a modulus, we have b divided by a, and we're getting 0 point that, and then we have b modulus a, which is we're getting all this is a modulus, right? We have in pre I exponent b is giving us 214,832, which is very important. So this is an introduction to Python numbers. Please, I guess you understand it now. You know how Python numbers is. Now, Python assigns a dynamic memory direct to our numbers. Every time we initiate a value, Python assigns a memory direct for it. So you don't need to worry about that memory. You don't need to struggle about memory, handling memory management in Python. Now, Python handles it dynamically for us. Now, that's where it becomes very important, and we call it easy. That's where it becomes easy. So, thank you so much for this, and thank you for I guess you understand this. So, one more thing that I want us to look at in this map and in this numbers, I'm going to look at Python inbuilt. We're gonna look at Python. Inbuilt mass numbers, mass functions / methods. Don't confuse yourself between methods and functions. They actually the same. Depends on how you're using it and maybe the programming language, but they're almost the same. They all talk about operations, and it's just methods and maybe functions. You understand? Mathematically, they are also the same. So that's just like that. So there are so many methods, inbuilt methods that in Python that we can use. Most of this we don't need to create from zero. So what we do is we always use them. Let's trace, for instance, I want to use I want to use sine. I want to use trigonometric methods. I want to use sine. I want to use tan. I want to use cos. I can sine. The reverse of a lot of things like that. I want to use pi value, but I don't want to start. I don't want to put 3.1 forward 33 what point 1. Now that is too much. I don't want to do that. Now I want to get a square root. It's simple, and it's very simple. And now Python gives us that capability. So what we do is we always import a module that we want to use. So all these are automated by Python. They are inbuilt, they are stored, they are there. So what we do is we have to import them. So let's say, for instance, we want to see the value of pi. So what I'm gonna say import math. Now this is one way we can import. Another way we can say import if we need to import a specific method. So what we're gonna do is from math. We're gonna import a specific method. Let me say pi. So that's what we need. So it will actually give us only pi. So, but for now, we are looking at general. We are trying to import general methods because we're going to be dealing within that, and we don't need to struggle to do a lot. We just need to do that. So what I'm gonna do is I've already imported pi. So imported map. I'm gonna say map. .pi, yes, that's one of the ways I can use it. So I'm just going to say pi in math. Let me use pi. So let me run this. And I'm gonna call it script 9. So when I have that and then I decide to run it, we just need to see the value of pi. So our value of pi is this, which is the standard. And once again, you understand this, I guess you understand this very well. Thank you so much. So I can decide to store pi now. Well, I can decide to store pi in a variable to make it a little, make it more clear. So what I'm gonna create a variable to handle pi, to hold the pi. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say pi value. Okay, can just say value. I'm going to create a variable called value. Is equal to, okay, the value pi. Value is equal to math dot pi. If we're going to use this, so instead of us every time to say dot pi, we're gonna use value underscore value, which is a new variable that is holding a pi value, which is still the same. I'm just going to use it to store these values and handle for us this. So what I'm gonna do is we have this one. When I say print, I'm gonna make this standard and say pi is, I'm gonna create it in a new line. Once again, don't worry about this, you'll understand. I'm gonna create in a new line. I'm gonna say underscore value. So we're creating value. So let's run this and see what's gonna happen. So when we run this, it gives us this. So it says pi is equal to this, and so it gives us a standard value. So now we've created a new variable, which is underscore value, which is going to be helping us to handle all this, to handle all numbers or all pi values. Now when we want to use a pi, it's just standard. So what we do is we're going to be calling, or every time we're going to be calling this instead of dot pi. So one more thing that I want us to do is one more function that I want us to see is a square root. So I want us to see square root. Yeah, I want us to say square root. So I'm gonna create a variable called square root to take in that value. So I'm just going to get a square root. I'm going to get a square root of a pi. Yeah, actually we see what's gonna do for us. So I'm gonna say math the square root, which is a standard method. We're getting value of value. So I'm gonna say print square root. So when I say print square root, which is just this, and we're gonna run this and see what to do. So the square root of 3 point that all is this. So square root is this. So thank you. That's exactly how it's gonna work. So that is how we use math functions. That's how we use math methods in Python. So it's just a simple one. Let's say you're building a calculator, you're building a simple system to be compiling for you. Now, razors automatically, and you're going to understand that when we reach into a diverse Python where we build commercial applications for ourselves and for companies, and you need this. Let me assure you, need these basics. These skills are very important. There's no way you're going to run away from them. You need them to use, and you have to master this. This is very simple. It's not going to stress you a lot, or it's really simple. You can understand this, and you don't need to really be genius in math. You just need to understand what you're doing, not being a genius. That's very important. So we have seen this already, and I would love us to do some simple, it's an example, a very simple example on this, on numbers in Python, just a practical example, and maybe we shall even ask for input from the user. In case that is fine, because taking an input from my using Python is very simple. It's just like any other programming language. You don't need really to do much in order to do this. So yeah, you just need to call something a very simple function, and you take in input. So if we can decide to do that, it's fine. But if we can decide to go static, it's also fine. So let's have a simple example. Let's have a simple example. A simple example in Python numbers. Yeah, we're going to have a very simple example in Python numbers, and I'm going to declare very few variables. For now, let's don't deal with the input. It's okay. We just declare very simple variables, and um, I want to deal with maybe one or two variables, and work on a very simple program. But should we ask for the input here? Let's take in an input. So I'm going to declare a variable called a, which is I'm going to say your input. Now, when I say input, I'm saying enter. I'm asking for an input. I'm asking for a number to be entered or by a string or what. I'm asking for it to be entered. So I'm going to say input. So when I say input, I want to say, we just type in whatever I'm going to say enter number. Yeah, just going to say enter number. So this is what's going to happen. So what's going to do is any number that is entered, it's going to be stored in A. So it's just as simple as that. So it's like initiating is called A is called to 5. So if in static value it is 5. So we are trying to get a dynamic value from a user. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say enter, enter a number. So I'm going to ask for an input from a user. So let's run this program and we see what I'm saying exactly. So I'm gonna call this script 10. Yeah, I'm gonna call this script 10.py, and we run in this and see. So it's gonna ask us to enter a value. So I'm gonna enter 56. So it's going to do nothing. But what I want us to do is we have already seen addition, multiplication, and the rest of the things from behind. So I want us to work on the square root and what in a dynamic whatever. Now that we have taken, we have asked for a dynamic value from a user. So we want a user, we want to print a square root, we need to print a few things, a few things for a user. So that's what exactly what I'm doing here. So what I'm gonna say is I'm gonna call the square root. I'm gonna call the square root. So square root is going to take. We're gonna get a square root of a number that will be entered. So square root, we're gonna say math dot sqrt of a. So it's just as simple as that. So one thing that we've forgotten here is to import. So we are importing math so that we get use of this. So I'm gonna say print. Let's say print square root. So one more thing that we may need here, I want to multiply that value with pi. So I'm gonna say I'm gonna say print multiplication. I'm gonna create a variable still. Multiplication is equal to a, which is a number that's gonna be entered times math dot pi. So what I'm gonna say is I'm gonna ask you to print multiplication. So it is as simple as that. Then I can also ask you to print for us a division. So I can say div. I'm just trying to be smart. That's why I'm creating variables to take in values for every specific action that we're gonna take. I really want to make it very clear that you understand, so you don't get confused. No, this is a tutorial. This is a training. So I don't want to make it very complex. I don't want to make it very confusing. That's why I'm deciding to create a variable so that you understand every step that we take in. So it's very important. So a division, I'm gonna say uh, I'm gonna divide it with our pi value. Yes, I'm gonna divide it with our pi value. So let's say divide by math dot pi. So what I'm gonna say is I'm gonna ask you to print first division after we divided it with that. So I'm gonna make it standard. I'm gonna say division. I'm gonna say division, comma div. So you understand this. Even this, I'm gonna make it standard by calling this multiplication. Multiplication and it's math, right? Then I call this square root and square root and when I call it is square root. Yeah, it is square root and then yeah. So we're going to get this. So we're going to enter a specific number that's gonna print for us the square root of that number, and we're also going to print that number multiplied by our pi value, that is 3 point something, and then we're also going to take in a division. We're going to get that number divided by our pi value. So let's run this and see what's going to happen. Let's run this out and see what's gonna happen. I'm gonna enter 81. So it's telling us square root times that and the square root of uh, it's telling us not string. So must be a real number, not string. So what's happening here is what's happening here is uh, uh, what would happen here if I call this square root, if I printed out, if I printed math that square root the square root of a partial number, that is a, that will be entered. Let me just see this. Let me just see this. Let me see what's gonna happen. And if I enter 78 and it must be real, not a string. So what's doing is it's taking this as a string. Okay, so our input is being taken in as a string, which is very funny, which is very funny, which is very funny. Let, let me run it again and we'll see what's gonna happen. And most of it is being taken in as a string, which is very funny. I clearly don't see where this should be coming in from. But it's good that we're finding an error. Now we have to debug. We have to see where exactly an error is coming from. So let me see again the line where the error is coming from. It's when we enter 45. It's a square root division. Must be a real number, not a string. So this is yeah, we're working on Python version 3.9.2, and I think maybe there are changes, maybe there are things that there are adjustments somewhere, but this should really work perfect without any problem. So let me try to typecast this and see out. So if I run this out and enter 5 seconds, say this give me nonsense. Okay, so square root is mass of mass dot we're looking at pi. Yes. We're looking at pi. We're just looking at that, and you know, I'm trying to see where what what could be the cause of this exactly. Let me run this once again, and see what the problem is exactly. Okay. Now can't multiply secrets by an type float. Okay, now I get. So it's just not multiplying because of it's giving us this. It's okay. So uh, I've seen where the problem was coming at from, and this one can't multiply because of our type. This is a float, so that's now we can multiply a times this, so it has to be a float value. This is somehow so seeing where this was coming out from, and this was very serious. So we were trying to look at the square root of this of a number that we entering, which is I we're getting we're trying no we're trying we really made a mistake here. This is supposed to be a square root also, which is mass dot the square root of a. That's what I wanted us to get, and it's not giving us that, and this is very crazy. Must be real number, not string. So square root of that and must be that. So okay, let me first comment out this. I'm going to see where this is coming out from exactly, and let's look at this and see the another error that is here. A flood that can't multiply secrets by none eight, not a or dash. So yeah, these are all common errors. These are all very common errors in Python, and yeah, this is very strange. It's very strange the way it's appearing here, but it's alright. We're still looking into it and see what it is exactly. So mm, so what it's telling us here is we're taking an input. Uh, what if it wasn't an input? It was a static value? Let me say 45, and then we decided to run this out and see what happens. Now, when we take a static input, it's giving us the answer. A static variable is giving us the answer, and when we're looking at when we're taking in the input, it's not giving us it. So so what it is done is so the problem is getting in on our input, and it's reading, it's taking our input about as it's taking it about string value, which is very strange, something that I really don't understand. Maybe on this new issue, but it's okay. Now it's very good that we haven't gone into handling input, so it's okay. Let's just look at this static variable and see. We're going to see that after and see where we really messed up and maybe we needed some or we needed to have done something. So let me see. I'm gonna say okay. I think I'm getting where the problem was. I'm getting where the problem was, and I'm sorry really, but I think I'm getting where the problem was. Oh, okay. Now, this is where the problem was. Now, we've seen it, we have seen it. Thank you for struggling and now coming up with an answer. And let's go back and get our square root in. Let's go back and get our square root that we said square root is mass does sqrt, which is square root, stands for square root of a, and we're gonna run this and see what's gonna do for us. We have 56 and okay, we have the task to print it here, so I'm saying print square root, and this is very important. Now, it's very important when you're programming and you're getting errors. Now, that is very important. That's how you're going to be understanding most of these things. If you don't get an error, it's not very good. So these are really simple things. Now, imagine we are looking at very simple things, but it was giving us an error. Now, the thing is, every time you take an input in Python, now every time you ask for an input in Python, what Python does, it's gonna take it, it's gonna by default text it as a string variable. Now that's a very funny thing. It's gonna take it as a string variable. Now what we're going to do is we're going to do what they call typecasting. Typecasting is just like changing. We're gonna change this, instead of using a string, we're gonna change it to an integer variable. Now here we really looking at real numbers. So now every time we try to get in the square root of for a, it will tell us an error. Why? Because it takes it as a string. So that's where our problem was. So what I've done here, I've typecasted it. So I've told you that the input you're taking in, the input that you're going to take it in is an integer variable. So that's exactly what has happened here. Now, the number we are entering, we're trying to get a square root. So what we've done is we were getting a square root of a, that the number we've entered, and you've seen it, we have it. So we also we printed that out. So we also asked it to enter to multiply. So what we asked it to multiply is we wanted it to multiply that value that we would get and a pi and the default pi value, which is 3.143 and so on. And then we got the answer as this. So we also asked it to give us a division of that number, the number that we entered, the dynamic number that we entered in, and now it printed for us this one, which is very important. Now, once again, I guess you understood this very well. Errors are very good. Tell me if you found error of the same kind when you're following this, and I hope you understood how I did this and how you're going to remove it all. And we have started with Python input for dynamic input, but I felt we needed to have shared in this video, which is very good. Now, thank you again. Now, you've seen how dynamic variables are done, and how we can take inputs from our user and how we can manipulate them using the inbuilt Python math methods, which is very good. Now, when you're dealing with specific things, I want us to look at another simple example, very quick. This one also we're going to. This one also will. This one also, I think. We're going to be. I just want us to be taking input from users. But what we're going to do is we're going to do something very simple. We're going to look at a simple function and containing different variables. Like for example, I'm going to say x is equal to y plus 2, just like that. I want to just look at that and see how we can work very well in numbers, in Python numbers. So it is numbers, so we're going to deal with mathematical compilations, and that's all. We're not going to go beyond that. We're not going to handle too much beyond that. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say I'm going to ask for an input. and make sure I don't forget that. So I'm going to say I want an integer variable, and I'm going to say ask for an input, and I'm going to say I'll ask for an input, or input is that I'm going to say enter a. Yeah, we're going to do so. We're going to play with some operations that you will understand. That I know with time you're going to understand when we reach into conditions, when we're handling conditions and everything that is, when we're handling structures, control flows and everything. Now that's when you get to understand all this. But for now, it's okay. You just take it the way it is. But this is very simple. I've really done it in a very simple way. Remember, do we just getting started with a Python master session? We on data types and Python objects. That's what we're handling. And right now we're handling numbers. And make sure you subscribe. You hit the subscription button below, and make sure you're always part of this every time I upload a new video, because we're going to handle it in episodes. So in chapters, so we are already opening various chapters, and this is a chapter that is in episode 1. Now episode 1 is like an introduction, mastering the basics and data types. Now that's very important. This way you find lists, strings, and tuples, and this way you're gonna be finding things like dictionaries, and then a few other things. That's just where we kind this in this episode. So in the second episode, you will actually see what is there, from functions and a lot of things, and device operations and a lot of things that we're gonna find up there. Though right now, make sure you follow this from 0 to I to everything, because you really need it. So I was looking at this. I was saying let's take in a number from a user, and that is A. So I'm gonna take another one, which is B. No, I'm gonna say Y. Let's say Y. So I'm gonna ask for input. It's still an integer variable. So don't forget that type cast and then say input. Yes, I'm gonna say input, enter Y. Um, yeah, just as simple as this. And what the function I'm gonna use is I'm gonna say A is equal to xy plus 2y minus b minus 1. So it's just as simple as. So what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna say okay, I'm gonna say okay, I'm gonna call this function. Okay, I'm gonna say I'm going to call this okay, I'm gonna call this y. I'm gonna call this x. I'm going to call this x is equal to ay. I want to call it ay times plus 2y minus 1. Now this is the simple method that we're gonna be working on. Once again, you really don't need to be math genius to understand this, but you know what we're going to look at. So what we need is we need an x, which is from an x, which is ay, which is a times y, plus 2y, which is 2 times the value of y that we shall be entering dynamically from here, minus 1. As simple as that. So we can break this into into small programs, but we don't need to do that. We need how to do it once. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say ay a after we've taken values from up, and I really want us to do this in a very simple format. So ay is the same as a times y, and 2y is the same as 2 times y minus 1, which is very important. So what I'm gonna do here is because this is what we're gonna be working on. So yeah, let me just comment this off, and I will just show you what we're gonna be working on in okay x. Uh, uh, we're going to be working on x is equal to that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to ask for this to be printed out. So it's very important that I'm not gonna break it like AY is equal to this, and yeah, we can break it out if we really want it. So this is a method. This is a let's break it out. So where AY, I'm gonna say AY, where AY is equal to A times Y, and 2Y and and 2Y is equal to 2 times Y. So we're gonna understand this. So we X is equal to X is equal to Y plus 2Y minus 1 to just simple. So we're gonna say X, we're printing the value of X. So yeah, as simple as this. So let's save this in I'm saving all my programs in Python master page, master course. That's where my programs are saved. I don't want to confuse them, Yeah, this is where I hold them now. And I'm gonna call this script 11 .py. Don't forget that. And I wanna run this and our expected indent. And okay, unexpected indent. Yeah. What it's saying is okay. Invalid syntax and okay, it's fine. Um, I guess where it's coming from. Okay, so just gonna do it direct and okay, instead of struggling, we're gonna remove this out and gonna print it direct. X. I'm gonna say X is so we are printing it direct. So instead of us struggling, instead of but the function that our method working on is X is equal to a Y plus 2Y minus 1. So that's what we're working on. So let's take in values. We're taking values. The value we're taking in is I'm taking 3, y I'm taking 2. So the value of x is 9. How has it come to happen? So a times y is so we enter 3 times 2, which is 2, which is 6 plus 2 times y. So 2 times 2, that is 4 minus 1. So which is 10 minus 1, which is giving us this. So it is just as simple as that. So that's basically what we were looking at numbers, how to manipulate numbers in 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 Python, and maybe one more example that we're gonna look at is I'm gonna look at dealing with uh, taking in an input and dealing with angles in printing the trigonometric handling trigonometric methods in Python. And I think that's where I'm gonna end for now. We're gonna see matrix being handled in front. We're gonna see a lot of math functions being handled in front. And once again, you really don't need to cram all this. You don't need to understand this, but you'll see them, and you're not going to do all this. You may not even use any math function of this kind in your applications, in your future Python applications. But I really feel you need to understand this so that you really know what you're doing. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say import math and I'm working on with trigonometric functions or measures. We're gonna look at cos, we're gonna look at sine, and then we're gonna look at tan and the arctan, things like that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna declare angle. Yeah, I'm gonna declare angle, a variable called angle, and I'm gonna ask for an input, and this is going to be a floating variable. So I'm going to type cast it and say input, enter an angle. Yeah, I'm gonna say enter angle, just like this, and yeah, just like this. I've asked for an input, and yeah, it's okay, just like this. So let me save this. Yeah, let me save this, and I'm gonna call this script 12.py. Script 12.py expected. It's our setting is okay. Okay, I see. Uh, it will convert automatically. Let's try to look at it. Okay. N of y passing. So do we see an error here? Oh, okay. Okay. Now I know. Now I know. I'm gonna say float. I'm gonna say input enter angle. Okay. I've seen what the problem was. Uh, in most cases, there are words that you don't use for declaring. There are words that you can't use for declaring a variable. They are words that are used by programming language. When they were engineering a language, they use those words. So the keywords. So what you do is you don't use them like for example, like calling variable math. It's fair with Python, but with other programming language, it's it's they are very straightforward. Let's say you're working with C, you're working with C++, and various programming languages. They are very straightforward. So you will be getting very many errors if you don't check out this uh, programming language keywords. If you really don't check them out, you're going to have a lot of issues. And you see, this is exactly what is happening. And angle it's an inbuilt word that's keyword that is in Python that we can't work with. We can take in, so I've declared a variable here called an is gonna take in a floating values from a user, because we need a user to get results after maybe I want a user to enter anything. So like for instance, if you enter 45, you're gonna get for you a sign and a sign, cos and tan of that. So we shall look at advanced features of that. So I'm gonna say print cos. I'm gonna print this in a new line. I'm gonna say cos. So I'm gonna say now mass dot cos. Constant angle. One thing that I'm gonna print is sine. Still in a new line. So I'm gonna say math the sine of don't forget that's what we're working on. And then the last thing that we're gonna look at here is time of mass. The time. Okay, so time of angle. So it's what I'm even looking at. So we're gonna enter anything. Like for instance, gonna say run this out, and I'm entering 180. So tan of 180 is 0.55984 and all this, and then sine of 190 cos, or sine of 190 is negative 0.88, and tan of 180 is this. So this is simply what I'm talking about, handling mass functions and and numbers in Python. So once again, we are ending this chapter of numbers in Python as our first objects and data type in Python. Please make sure you subscribe and watch the next videos. We're going to look at strings, we're going to look at dictionaries, lists, and everything. So make sure you're always part of this videos. You understand all these things and follow these videos from zero to everything. We have a very strong introduction to Python, and this is a master course. What I'm doing here is I'm teaching you how to master Python. So if we don't get errors, we're not going to be very perfect. So it's not very good to forge perfection. So see, what we've done here is we decided to work on every single error that we find, and it's very good when we do that. So thank you. Like this video, subscribe, and watch the next video. Let me say you in the next video is very important. So once again, this has been numbers in Python. We've done a lot. We've seen what we handle so far. So subscribe to this channel and make sure you get more videos. Go into our website and see more. I'm gonna be sharing a lot from here. Some of you like reading, so what you do is go direct to our website, and that is infinityug.com// tutorial/Python master course. So I've already put Python there, and you can have books to download, you can have documents to download, and things that are going to help you in your journey in mastering Python. So make sure you check it out, you check them out, and it's very, very important. You just go down, you go in the description. If you really can't type infinityug.com, go in the description and make sure you get it. And if you already know this and you want to get a specific chapter in this series, now you can go ahead and check out down. I've created chapters in this main video. They are down, so you can go and watch specific chapters of this video, and make sure you follow everything. And don't forget to ask a question down in case you have any question, and don't forget to make a very strong review down and tell me what you feel about this Python solution. What do you expect from this, because we're just getting started, meaning we still have a lot that we're gonna handle. So thank you so much for watching this video. Thank you for being part of this series. Thank you. I hope you get the best as a programmer, in anything that you have to do in programming, using Python or what. In this channel, we discuss a lot of things, troubleshooting and everything, and trainings and everything. Make sure if there's any error that you've come across it, you want us to talk about it, you can send me an email. Also provided in the description. You can check it out and send me an email direct, and we talk about it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Have a blessed day. Have a good time. Thank you. See you in the next video. Bye. You are around. Let's open up Python editor and get started. I'm so happy that you're around. Now, if you master this video today, trust me, you're going to have very few challenges in your journey as a Python programmer, or any video as a programmer. So now I guarantee you that there are a lot of things that we're going to be looking at today, and this is very important. Please, I ask you to be part of this video till the end of it all, and make sure you are always there. It's very important. So let me try to give you analysis, a small analysis on what we're gonna be looking at. Yeah, I want to give you an overview on what we're going to be looking at in this partial video, and I hope you enjoy it. So, we're going to talk about strings in Python. What's a string? What is a string? Most cases this can be confusing, but this can be text or any value. That is insert, double quotes, or single quotes. Now, it is as simple as that. Any value that you declare inside double quotes or single quotes can be. Like for example, let me say name. As you call this, my name is called Jerusalem. Now, when I say name is called Jerusalem, it's a string. It is the same thing if I say name is equal to 1, 2, 3. Now, Python would take this to be a numeric value. It would say this is a numeric value. But if I say name is equal to 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 3. Now, Python would understand this as a string. Now, it is the same thing if I declared it in a single quote like this. It would still mean the same thing. Now, this is the Python. Now, with other programming languages, most, like let's say C and C, C++, C Sharp, and C Action, you find that there is a difference between this, the single quote and double quote. But in Python, don't worry about that. Python handles stuff. I repeat, it's totally not different. So let's have it at work. Let's have this. So what should we expect? What we should expect? From this video, we have already seen string declaration, application. Now the most important thing is called string formatting. Now this is where I'm gonna expect you to be very, very vigilant. Now string formatting becomes very important, and make sure, like I said, stay tuned till the end of this video. Don't forget to leave a like, leave a comment, and tell me how you feel about this video, or tell at the end of the video, or tell me what you think I should have handled. And maybe you have a secret message for me. Please make sure you leave it at the comment section. So let's go direct and look at an example in Python strings. So I've read up in my Python editor. I'm gonna create a new file. I'm gonna declare something. Now I'm starting with strings declaration. So I'm gonna declare a string. It does not matter whether it is an input variable or it is an input value, or I'm going to declare, like we haven't handled inputs already in Python, but we can have dynamically, we can have the dynamic inputs. Now, but for now we're going to have a static value that we're gonna play with. One, I'm going to declare my age, I'm going to declare my name and my status. Yes. So I'm going to have three. Let me say I'm going to have three variables that are going to take three values. In one, I'm going to start from my age. I'm going to start from my name. So, like I said, I'm going to declare this. I'm going to say my name is Jerita, and my age is I'm going to say 24. Yeah. Let me first take 24. Let me say 24. I'm gonna say my status. I'm single. Should I say single? Question. Yeah, I think that's right. That's right. I have someone. Yeah. So I've declared three variables. One is my name. I've declared my age and I've declared my status. Now I'm gonna play within this. Yeah, I'm gonna play within this to get all that I want from declaration to string format. Now I'm gonna play within this and you'll see how good it is. So let me print a simple statement. One, I'm gonna print my age, and after I'm gonna print my details. So printing my details. I'm gonna print my details. Yeah. So what am I gonna do? I'm printing my details, right? So I'm gonna say print. I want my name. Yeah. I want my name printed. My name is. What you gonna understand this? My name is name. Come. I am. Come. Age. You see, I'm not replacing. No, I'm putting a variable to where value was supposed to be. So my name is that um that age. So you understand, you'll see how Python handles it. So another question. Yeah, another question. Yeah. So let's run this simple. Let's run this. We're going to run this and see. We're gonna run this and see. Yeah. Let's say um that. So let's run this and see. It's very important that you stay till the end of this video for you to understand all of this, and make sure I leave the subscribe below, and make sure you leave a comment, leave a like, leave your review on this video. Trust me, I'm gonna share this video. See where I'm gonna share it. Most of my videos I'm saving on I created a folder by sharing master course, and I'm gonna call the script form or script for the Python, which is very important. So I'm gonna run this. I'm running this. Let's wait and see what it's gonna say. So we're going to see what it's gonna say. So print my name is this status is not defined. Yeah, so that is it's a mistake. That yeah, that is a problem here. I said status instead of status. Sorry about that. So let's run this again and see. Let's run this again and see. So you see what happened? So it has printed and close this. It looks like the app, and then we run this again. So you see what's saying? Babe, my name is Jorita. I'm 24. Catch. Now, this is very important. Now, we have done we have done something very static, and it's very important that we understand this now. This is very good. Now, if you understand how this works, trust me, it's gonna be beautiful. Now, this is what I've done. I declared Jerry as my name. and I assigned it to now. Now, you don't need to worry about the memory or what. Now, Python handles that for you. Now, I've assigned it here as my name, and I've signed my age to be 24, which is true, literal, and I've signed my status to be under courtship because now I'm married, but I'm dating somebody's daughter. Maybe that's true, I'm not sure. And I've now go back to my pre-statement. I I was asking Python to print my name. Now this is a sentence. To print my name and print my age and then print my status in a single sentence. Now let's take this back to what I've done. So as I said, print my name is comma up. Now a comma inside. I'm sure you understand what it does, and a comma literally gives you a space because not a new line but a backspace. New tab, by the tab, no. So it's gonna do that, and it's gonna create space between my name. If I not put a comma, it would read the sound of one statement, and it is always very important that you leave space between equal. I would have done it this way. I would have done it this way. This would still work. Now this is a tab. Now I'm gonna create a new page, a new tab, and yeah, it will create it automatically for me. It does formatting the way you understand it when you record it from my name. So that's literally what it does. Now, what I wanna do is we're gonna look at something different. We are going to look at something different. To look at something different. And what I want to look at is I think we should look at now. Let's look at formatting. It's an India Python message. Now this is very important. This is very important. So you could be asking me, how do I combine two strings? Now, for instance, if 24 is that, how do I combine two strings? Now, literally, you can use using a plus sign can help us combine two strings, two or more strings. No, this is very important. So let's try to do something. Let's print something. So I'm gonna use this. I'm gonna print this out and see what is going to happen. Trust me, we're gonna have an error somewhere. You understand where an error comes from, and you'll understand why sometimes we need to use this, and we need to use this, and then we need to use that. Now, when we move forward, you actually see where the problem is, and the best way we can use to format strings inside. So let's just do something. I'm gonna print still a statement. See what happens. So I'm gonna say print. I'm going to say print name. I'm going to say print name. Let me create a series. So let me create one variable. I think this is very important. Now we can combine this all in one variable, and we'll see what's going to happen. So I'm going to call this variable my details. So my details is equal to name plus a plus status. Now I want to see what's gonna happen here. So I'm gonna say print my details. I'm gonna say print my details. You see the error, it's gonna tell us, it's gonna give us first one, it's gonna have an error. So do you know where the errors come from? So you can only concatenate string, not int. Now there is a problem in age. We can't concatenate a direct into strings. So if we needed this, we needed to change age first. We have to change age first to a string for us to be able to get this out. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna change this into a string. I'm changing it to a string and we'll see what's gonna happen. So it's gonna print. So do you know what I've done? Jerita 24 catchy. Why haven't it given space? Because we haven't related, we haven't created space for this. So it is very, very important that when you're doing string formatting, make sure you take the appropriate way possible. So it is just done that. So this is a simple statement. This is a simple statement. And we can create spaces here manually. And how? I'm gonna create that. I'm gonna create that. Then I'm gonna be adding all these, all empty strings. I'm gonna be adding an empty string in every statement. Yes, I'm gonna be adding an empty string before every statement or after every statement. Yeah. So let me try to run this again and see if it's quite exposed. So just create a space. Jared had 24 courtship. Now this is very important. So I guess you understand it. You understand it. So let's look at something different. So let's look at methods in Python. Let's look at string methods in Python. So there are so many methods in Python. So let's say, for instance, you wanted to check if this text was alphanumeric. Now this is very important. So let's check. I'm going to declare something like alpha to take a variable alphanumeric. You understand? Or alpha, like alphabetical. Yeah, let's look at, I'm looking at alphabetical. So I'm going to say, I want to check this and see if, I want to check if my details are in alphabetical format. Now, if it is true, it's going to say it is true. If it is wrong, if it's gonna say false. You understand? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say it's an angel. So I'm gonna say my details. Now my details are being content. My details is alpha. Now once again you don't need strike right about this. So I'm gonna say print alpha. So let's see what's gonna tell us. So it's gonna tell me false. Why? Because it's not. Okay. So it's not alphanumeric. There's no way you're gonna have a statement like this and it's going to be alphanumeric. So I'm gonna say I'm also still going to check and see. Okay. I'm gonna check if it is a number. So I'm gonna dig it is equal to my details dot is dig it can I say yeah it's numeric. I want to see if it is numerical. Actually it's numerical. So once again, design build functions in Python, methods in Python. You need to struggle and through. So still it's gonna say, oh, I'm going to ask you to print here. So I'm gonna say print dig. I'm gonna say you need dig. Let's print dig it and see. So it's gonna still going to tell me false. Why? Because this is not a dig it. Now this is very important. I know you're going to move ahead and master all this. You get. So one thing that I'm gonna look at here is I'm gonna look at how to replacing strings in Python. Now, there are various ways you can use to do this. Now, I'm gonna take you through different methods, and one of them we're gonna replace this manual and see. So one the most important form method here that I will use, so let's say replace. So I'm gonna replace something in this. You get so manual. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do swapping and see how it's gonna work out. So I'm gonna say replace. I'm gonna say I'm creating a variable called replace to take in values of the replace or duplicated value that we're gonna have inside. So what I'm gonna do is let's try to understand one the index of value of every character. Now I think we should look at that. Before we look at that, let's look at the length. How we get lengths in Python? The string lengths in Python. The string lengths in Python. I'm gonna do something. I'm just going to say, it's length. Use this inbuilt function or method called length. So we're gonna say length. I'm gonna say length my details. So I'm gonna say length my details. I'm gonna say print length. Yeah, let's say principal. If I read this out, you'd say that the length is 21. Now, and this is very true. Now, what does it? It even takes into consideration of white spaces between characters or words in time. So, one more thing that I want to do here, now that I know the way. Now, I'm going to look at, I want to see, I want to check the index of every variable, of every value or every character in the string. So I'm gonna do something very small. I'm not going to do much here. Trust me. Uh, you're gonna check on our website below at the description below. All these formulas I've done them in the website. You know, I'm not gonna take very long time on this video. So let me check something very important here. And I'm going to say print. I'm going to say print. What do I need to check? I want to check index of every character in this, but I think this is going to be very long for now. Now, what I was trying to do is I wanted to take you through different ways you can do replacing. You can replace a specific character or a string in Python. Now, if I don't want to look at all this, I'm going to create something very small. I'm just going to replace. I'm going to use a replace method, which is very important. Though you need to understand the other methods as well. Though they are manual, Python simplifies it by giving you this replace method that you can use to do this. But I'm gonna look at something different now. If I don't wanna look at all that, which is being looked at the website, please trust me. Just go to our website, infinityug.com, and make sure you get the best. Just go to the blog and go to Python tutorials. You're gonna get all this. Now, it's very important that you always check. There is a link provided below at the description, and make sure you click on that link and go to the website. Then watch all this, get all this, and read all this. Use hand. So I'm just going to replace a statement here. So I'm gonna replace my details. So I'm gonna replace my details. What do I need to replace in my details? Now this is very important. What exactly do I need to replace in my details? So should I replace what? She told me. I know you're not going to tell me. So what do I need to replace in my details? I want to replace just a single letter. I'm going to say I want to replace what should I replace page? I think yeah. Should I yeah. I think I should replace A. Yeah, so with what? With what I'm gonna say 25 and which 26. Yeah, I say replace that with 26. So I'm going to say print replace. I'm going to say replace. Let me first bring this and see. I'm not very sure about this. Yeah, it's gonna say replace string object is not callable. Yeah, now understand. So this is yeah, I know exactly. Now go down there and go to our website and you'll see all this why it's this way. So I'm gonna replace a specific character here or a specific word here. I'm gonna replace 24 with 26 and see when you run it and see what I'm gonna do. Uh, string object is yeah. Okay, yeah. I just forgot it. This is Python 3.9.2. Yeah. eh, this double yeah. I will see. I see what the problem is. See what the problem is now. This is where the problem came from. I did writing this and it was very important. It was very now. It replaces, right? So do you know what happens? So it has replaced duration 24 with 26. Now, instead of 24, it's now taking 26. Now, let me try something the way I tried it here. I was replacing 8 here. Yeah, I was replacing 8 with 26 and see what's going to happen. Now, it is replaced. Now, this is one of the ways we can use to replace this. Now, I think you can see how it is being done. I think you understand. Now, what it's gonna do is I created a variable which is called replace. You don't need to create variables most of the time, but why I'm doing this because this is a tutorial. I'm trying to make you understand. Now, in this I say my details dot replace. Now, replace is going to take the first argument in a function in a method or inside the brackets. It's always going to be what you need to replace. Now the second argument is going to be what you are going to put in, that new value that you're taking in. Now I guess you understand this. Now I've printed out replace. Now replace is a new value. After being replaced, I've replaced our dishes. After being replaced, it's going to replace my age that initially was 24. It's replacing it with 26. I get what you inside. Now, that is one way that you can replace strings. Now, for more of this replacing strings and everything, please, I guess you are very well. Go down in the description below and check out the link. Hey, if not, go and watch I've done chapters of this. This is Python Master 3. I've done chapters of this. You can go down and look at strings and make sure you watch that video. If you don't get all details, go to the description and go to the website and you get all that you really need to handle this. Now, we are still continuing with strings. I know this is going to be very long. Forgive me for being very long, but this is what we understand. It's very important. So one thing that I want to say is how I want to make this a title, or maybe I want to create a title, and I'm going to create something, and I want to change it to capital. I want to change it to maybe to capital or to lowercase or what. So let's look at, we need a title here. So I'm going to create a variable. I'm going to create a variable. Yeah, I'm going to create a variable. Called title. Yeah, so I'm gonna create title. Yeah, I should declare it, right? Yes. I should title my details. Yeah, when I say my details. Let me say print title. So let me say print title. Let me run this and see what's gonna happen. So it has printed title is my details. So one thing that I want to do here is I want to capitalize this, or maybe I want to make it a title, like real title in capital letters, and then I want to underline it. Now this one, you don't need to struggle. You just have to understand. So and this changing this, I'm gonna say tie. I'm gonna change this using a small method, a very simple method in Python, which is called to upper. U to upper, right? So what I'm gonna do is say what I'm gonna do here, instead of this, I'm gonna say title dot to upper. Now this is simple message. So let's run this and see. So oh okay. Oh okay. Listen. Listen. You know where the problem is? Yeah. So it's print, it's not too happy now. These are changes, that's why you have to keep yourself updated in taking all of it. Now these are changes. Now it's Apple, it is titled with Apple. Now in Python 2 when less it was 2 Apple. And just because I started Python something, but it's because that's one reason why I'm having issues with this. I've taken time sometimes without handling Python so much. So too happy. So I want to underline this. So I want to underline this, and it's very important. Now, underlining in Python, I'm gonna do something very small here. Just watch me some. Now, I want to underline using. I'm not gonna create a line, but there is no way we're gonna do that here. So what we do, it is literally like printing multiple underscores inside. So we can decide to print multiple underscores, which is that, and we're gonna print how many times. Now I'm gonna say this underscore like more, like let me say for instance times 20 times. Now um if I say it print, if I run this, you're going to see it's gonna print this off. Now this is a combination, a concatenation of different underscores. That 20. Now it's gonna underline for me that, and once again you don't have to understand all this. So what I'm gonna say, what I'm gonna do is it's just literally like that, and I guess you understand. So I can, if I don't want to use this, it depends on the way you want to do it. So I'm gonna, if I take that dash and run this and see, yeah, see how it's going to underline. See, it's going to underline that way, which is very important. So this is very important. I guess you understood this. We have looked at this all, and I guess again that you understand that. Now I want us to look at something very important here, which is now Python formatting. Another way we can format Python. Now, we are going to bury an idea of C programming, native C programming. And if you really mastered C programming or you didn't master C programming, don't worry about it. This is all different. But we're gonna use the tricks in C programming. And that's why you can do the extension of C programming in Python using the CPy, extension. Now we can do that, but we're not going to look at that. We're just going to borrow the idea and apply it here. So let's say for instance, what we're trying to look at is we need to format this. It's one way we can format this. We've done all this, we've done the formatting this way, but we want to change the formatting. Now, I'm going back and to this, these are details. We're still going to use this very details to do the formatting. Now, one way I can do this is if I should create a new file. Yeah, let me open a new file. Now, let me open a new file and look at string formatting. Using C extension, a native C. So this is all about the percent sign and and I'm gonna get you understand now. If you don't understand it, please you will understand. So I'm gonna declare a variable still. A name, I call it register, right? Yeah, then age. Now this time around I'm gonna take it as a numerical variable. So I'm gonna take 24, right? Now I'm gonna say age is 24, right? Then whatever details we have status. Now status I'm gonna like I said single. And now I say Kashi. No, I don't wanna change this, I wanna confuse the people. Yeah. It's Kashi. Now this is very important. Now we're gonna format this string. I wanna get a very good value. Now I wanna print this. I'm gonna say details. Yeah, details is equal to my name is Puppet percent %s, which is a string, and I am open D, which is or in some it's like a decimal value, or I am single. I am pattern A. Now, you don't get confused. Don't get confused. Comment. I think I should just print this. Let me print it just instead of writing all this. So print my name is pattern as I am person D and pattern I. So I'm not trying to say is my name is George. I am 23 and coaching. Now don't mind about English. So comment. See, I will say pattern into bracket name comment age comment status. So let's call it skip 5 the pi, of course don't forget that. Oh, let me try to run this and see what happens. Okay. Oh, you got a syntax. Okay. Let me run this. Now, it is what? Now, this is one of the ways we can use to format string. Now, this is very important. Now, this is going to work out very well when we start writing big applications. Okay, let's say that's applications that are going to be used out in the market. So this is very important, and right now you don't need to understand all of this. It is quite confusing. But you see what is done? Just organize for me this information very well. Now, look at this. If I was breaking this for an end user. Now, someone would really like this. It is really very important that they understand this. So, what I said is my name is George. Now, again, now I'm 24 and I'm Kachi. Now, what I did here is what I did is instead of me writing Georgia. Now, this is very important because what if I had an input from a user? Now, I wouldn't get into the system and struggle and be writing this manually, which is literally not possible. Now, what I did is I asked the system Python to do one thing. If I name is generator, I'm gonna it is a string variable, right? Because I know what I asked for. It is a registration form. Take your name, take your origin one, and print the results and print the values after. Now, to the end user, we saw it. So, what I'm saying is, take a name which is a string and take an edge which is a decimal. By T it's gonna say like decimal or something kind, and it takes two tags as a string. Now this person, what is down here now? You and if you need your lunch time is please. I'm not gonna make you understand this that much, but I guess you're going to understand it now. What you're gonna do is you're gonna check down in the comment section and tell me if you didn't understand this, and I will pass now create a new video speaking this on string formatting. And if I don't talk about string formatting, please I will give you a link where you can learn this and master this. Now, my main aim is to see you master this, which is very important. So I think you've seen this. I think you've seen how we have dealt with these things from the beginning. Now, that is very important. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for watching this video. Thank you so much. It's been a long video, but I guess you installed. Now, I need how to make this short because it allowed me to be covered, and I do want to cover it into videos. Now, thank you so much once again for watching this video. You are so important, people. Make sure you leave your review down at the comment section, and make sure you subscribe to this channel, and make sure you learn more on our website. Go to infinityug.com. The link is down provided in the description, please. Make sure you watch chapters of this. Let me see the next video. It's been very good being with you and talking about strings in Python. I'm really very delighted. I'm very happy people you understood this. And make sure you leave a review. Talk about this video. Leave it down and tell me how you feel about this video. What do you feel you need to do more? Oh, welcome to a new video today. Thank you so much, you that are staying tuned, guys that are watching these videos most of the time. You're leaving your reviews behind, and it's very important. Like I said, it's very important. Please, I always request you to do one thing. Yeah. I always request you to do one thing. It's very good when you subscribe. It's very good. Leave a like. Leave a like. It's still very important. And then leave your review. Tell me what you think. Leave a review at the comment section. At the comment section. I really appreciate every time you do that. And share these videos. And you could be having friends at college or what, you feel the need to share this. Please help me. Let's share this. And it's very important. You encourage me to do more videos. More videos. You can reuse these videos. Then Creative Commons, you can reuse these videos and do more things. Thank you so much. Welcome to this new beautiful day, new beautiful video. Let me tell you something. Let me tease you. Have you seen something better than what is so yesterday? I guess it's not confusing. Have you seen another person that's beautiful? That's someone that you saw yesterday. No, that's funny. It's funny. Have you have you seen another way you can use to simplify your work? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Now we are going to look at something very important. We're going to look at something very important, and make sure you stay tuned till I end. Now, what is this? So this is what they call list in Python. I guess you've heard about this before. Please, even if you haven't heard, but this video is a Python master course. These are master theories. Does not matter if you've been to programming before, you never been to programming before. Now we're gonna look at this right now. Let's go in and look at that now. I've made some small documentation, that's going to help us. If you want to download this document, please go to our website, direct, go to Python Mastery course, and check out measuring list. Now, you're going to find this out and you download. And please, I always encourage you, we have this resource on our website for free, We talk about a lot of things, not only Python, not only programming, or we talk about a lot of things on our website. Just go direct to our blog. The link is down. It's provided right down there. Just check it out and go direct to the website and make sure you get all this information. It's very important that you learn a lot. So we are looking at Python lists. Now, this is what we're gonna look at today. Yeah. So what is a list? Lists in Python. Lists are Python's most flexible ordered collection object type. Now, we're still looking at objects in Python. And we're looking at the built-in objects and everything before we reach into classes and a lot of things, functions and a lot. Now we're still looking at the built-in objects in Python. And one that we are looking into tonight is list. Now, this is what trust me, it's very important. Now, what we're looking at is we are looking at a list in Python. And what is it? Now, lists are Python's most flexible ordered collection object type. Okay? Unlike strings, lists can contain any sort of objects. Now, this is what we noted. Any kind of objects. We have looked at strings. We have looked at numbers. We have looked at a lot. Now, this is very important. Now, a list can contain both a number, can contain both strings, and can contain nested lists. Now, you can have a list inside a list. Now, this is very important. Thank you. I guess you understand. Now, also unlike strings, lists may be changed in place by assignment to offsets and slices. Now, that's very important. We already show assignments and slices in offsets and offsets in strings when we're handling strings. Please, if you did watch that video, I request you to go back and watch that video one more time. Review it one more time. Now, list method calls, deletion statements, and more, and they are mutable objects. You understand? Now, let's look at properties of lists. Now, one of the properties for lists about lists is ordered collections of arbitrary objects. Now, you can have an ordered collection of arbitrary values. Now, from a function of view, these are just places to collect other objects. So you can treat them as groups. Oh, it's good. Now, these are just places. If you've done arrays before, people are familiar with C++, C, PHP, and and maybe JavaScript and C#. You understand what I'm talking about exactly. Now, lists are also maintain a left to right, position ordering among the items they contain and a lot more like that. Accessed by offset. Just as with strings, you can fetch a component object out of the list by indexing. Now, this is very important. We saw it already in strings, and I guess you understood. Like I said, if you didn't, please go back and review that and maybe tell me in the comment section. Tell me you need to do something very special in strings. Please, I'll do it. I'll make it up for you. I'll always do it. Now, variable length, heterogeneous, and arbitrarily nestable. Now, unlike strings, lists can grow and shrink. Now, this is one more important thing about this. Now, one more important thing about this is you can grow a list by appending a value or adding a value. And you can reduce a list or shrink it by deleting a value. Now, this is very important. We never saw deleting in strings. I guess that I know most of you ask me maybe how do I delete in a string, how do I do this, please? I told you about it. If you didn't get it, please ask again or just send me a message. Make it very clear in the comment section and I'll get back to you. Now, of, of the category mutable sequence. In terms of our types, category qualifiers list and mutable can be changed in place and can respond to all sequence operations used with strings such as indexing, slicing, and concatenation. In fact, sequence operations work the same on lists as they do on strings. Now, this is very important. Now, we have seen the work of an asterisk symbol. We have seen the work of a plus sign in a string. We have seen the work of you know, a lot double asterisk symbols, which is an exponent. Now we've seen it, and it is the same thing that we can do in this. Now this is very important. Now a plus sign is going to help you concatenate again value C, like we saw in strings. Now this is more simple. Now, arrays of objects reference technical. Now, Python lists contain 0 or more references to other objects. Now, this is very important. You understand, trust me. So, we have all these. Now, let's look at the common literature and operations that are very common, that are very important now. We are going to, in our study, we are going to focus mostly on this. Now, we show strings. Now, a string, you declare a string either in a single quote or in a double quote. You're gonna create a string in Python. Now, it's different here with a list. Now, a list takes what they call. Now, when we're creating an empty list, you just have to take into consideration this. Now, this is how we create a list. Now, let's research we're taking L being our list, our variable that is that's going to contain list. So we just say L is equal to empty, braces. When I do this, it's automatically taking that is that. Now I'm initializing it, but it is empty. Now I've created a list. Now this is simple. This is how we create a list. Now this is this one is like I'm creating a list with a 0 index to a 3 to a third index. Now this is very important. I've initialized this. I have L is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4. Now when we take it as an index which is 0, 1, 2, 3. Now this is very important. Now a list can also be nested. Now these are nested sublists: ABC, comma, DAF, comma, and GHI. So these are all. We're going to look at all this. Now we take an index of a list. Now this is very important. Now we can concatenate lists or add lists or connect lists or combine lists using the plus sign, which is like a list 1 plus list 2, which is very important. Now we can find or we can iterate through a list and find a specific something specific, a specific condition that is met, and we print that out. We can do that. So we can append values or add values or grow a list. So this is very important. Now we can extend lists. So this is also another important thing that we're gonna look at. Now we can sort lists. Now this is another method, another important one. Now we can delete lists, and we can assign a value to a list at a particular index. Now, this is worth knowing. Now, let's go ahead and look at a practical example on this, and I feel it's very important. Now, we're going direct and look at a practical example in this. This is very important. Thank you so much. Thank you for the comments that are coming through and what and so everything. Thank you so much. So we are going to look at a simple example. Example list in the list. Now I'm gonna take L to store my list. So I'm gonna create an empty list. We're gonna start from 0. I'm gonna create an empty list, and let me print this out. So I'm gonna print this out. Print out. So let's see what's going to happen. I'm printing this out. I want to show you exactly how we're going to start, and I want to start from 0. So I'm going to call this script 6.py. So let me run this. And we see what happens. It's gonna print it, so it's empty. So let me assign values to this. I'm gonna assign 10, then 40, 46, and then 56, and then let me run this. Let me run it and see, and we see what happens. And try to print this out. So it's gonna print this. So one thing that I want us to access is, let's print a list at a particular index. Let me say I want to print out. I want to print out at the particular index. Let me say 0. I want to set the value at a particular index 0. Now, this is what they know. Let me do this. So an index at a value at a particular list at a particular index 0 is 10. So what have we done? So 10 is actually at the position of 0 index. So this is very important. Thank you so much. I know you understand this. You understand we've done it before, and this is it. Now, I'm going to create a variable. I'm going to create list2. List2 that is equal to, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask for an input of certain values. We haven't seen an input yet in Python, like in this tutorial, but I'm gonna show you now. This is very simple. Now, taking in an input in Python is very simple. The only thing I have to do is I have to ask it to do, just use the keyword import. Now, the moment I do this, it's gonna create an input. Now that's all. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna ask for an input of 3 numbers. Now this is very important. So I'm gonna say print enter 3 numbers. Yeah, I'm gonna do this, and let me show you how it's done. So I'm gonna say print. Yeah, I'm gonna say A. I'm gonna declare this as A is equal to input enter number 1. So I'm gonna say enter number 1. So I'm gonna say B is equal input enter number 2. Then I'm gonna say C input. I'm gonna say enter number 3. Now this is very important. Now you don't need to inside. Now I'm inputting. Now I'm gonna create a list to take values that are entered, and those values are A, comma, B, comma, and C. So what's gonna happen is my list2 is going to have values that are entered in this. Now I'm entering A, I'm entering number 1 that is stored in a variable A, and I'm entering number 2 that is stored in a variable B, and I'm entering number 3 that is stored in a variable C. Now all these I'm gonna store them in one list. Now like I told you. So I'm gonna store them in one list. Which list is that? I'm gonna store them in list2. So let me print this out. So let me print list2, and just want to see what's gonna happen. So let me run this out and see. So I'm gonna enter number 1, 56. I'm gonna enter number 2, 34, and enter number 5, number 3, which is 56. So it's printing this for me, and which is very true. Yeah. Now this is our new list. Now this is your one. Now I want us to concatenate these two lists. Now like we saw. So let me say concat is equal to list plus list2. So I'm just gonna print out concat. Now change because we're concatenating. So I'm gonna say print concat. Yes, I'm gonna say print concat, and we see what's gonna happen. Let's run it out and see. So after we run it, I'm gonna enter 45. I'm gonna say, that. I'm gonna say that, and after we have concatenated, it's gonna print us 10 and 4, 6, and oh, welcome to a new video today. Thank you so much, you that are staying tuned. Guys that are watching these videos most of the time, you're leaving your reviews behind, and it's very, very important. Like I said, it's very, very important. Please, I always request you to do one thing, yeah. I always request you to do one thing. It's very good when you subscribe. It's very good. Leave a like. Leave a like. It's still very important. And then leave your review. Tell me what you think. Leave a review at the comment section. You know, at the comment section. I really appreciate every time you do that. And share these videos. And you could be having friends at college or what. You feel you need to share this. Please help me. Let's share this. And it's very important. You encourage me to do more videos. More videos. You can reuse these videos. Then Creative Commons, you can reuse these videos and do more things. Thank you so much. Welcome to this new beautiful day, new beautiful video. Let me tell you something. Let me tease you. Uh, have you seen something better than what you saw yesterday? I guess it's not confusing. Have you seen another person that's beautiful? That's someone that you saw yesterday. No, that's funny. It's funny. Have you have you seen another way you can use to simplify your work? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Now, we are going to look at something very important. We're gonna look at something very important, and make sure you stay tuned till I end now. What is this? So this is what they call list in Python. I guess you've heard about this before. Please, even if you haven't heard, because this video is a Python master course. These are master theories. Does not matter if you've been to programming before, you never been to programming before. Now we're gonna look at this right now. Right now, let's go in and look at that now. I've made some small documentation, that's going to help us. If you want to download this document, please go to our website, go to Python Mastery Course, and check out Mastering List. Now, you're going to find this out and you download. And please, I always encourage you, we have this resource on our website for free. We talk about a lot of things, not only Python, not only programming, or we talk about a lot of things on our website. Just go direct to our blog. The link is down. It's provided right down there. Just check it out and go direct to the website and make sure you get all this information. It's very important that you learn a lot. So we are looking at Python list. Now, this is what we're gonna look at today. Yeah. So what is a list? Lists in Python. Lists are Python's most flexible ordered collection object type. Now, we're still looking at objects in Python, and we're looking at the built-in objects and everything before we reach to classes and a lot of things, functions and a lot. Now, we're still looking at the built-in objects in Python, and one that we are looking into tonight is list. Now, this is what we know. Trust me, it's very important. Now, what we're looking at is we are looking at our list in Python. And what is it? Now, lists are Python's most flexible ordered collection object type. Okay? Unlike strings, lists can contain any sort of objects. Now, this is what we notice. any kind of objects. We have looked at strings. We have looked at numbers. We have looked at a lot. Now, this is very important. Now, a list can contain both a number, can contain both strings, and can contain nested lists. Now, you can have a list inside a list. Now, this is very important. Thank you. I guess you understand. Now, also unlike strings, lists may be changed in place by assignment to offsets and slices. Now, that's very important. We already show assignments and slices in offsets and offsets in strings when we're handling strings. Please, if you did watch that video, I request you to go back and watch that video one more time. Review it one more time. Now, list methods, deletion statements, and more, and they are mutable objects. You understand? Now, let's look at properties of lists. Now, one of the properties for lists about lists is ordered collections of arbitrary objects. Now, you can have an ordered collection of arbitrary values. Now, from a function of view, these are just places to collect other objects. So you can treat them as groups. Oh, it's good. Now, these are just places. If you've done arrays before, people are familiar with C++, C, PHP, and maybe JavaScript and C#. You understand what I'm talking about exactly. Now, lists are also maintain a left to right, position ordering among the items they contain, and a lot more like that. Accessed by offset. Just as with strings, you can fetch a component object out of a list by indexing. Now, this is very important. We saw it already in strings, and I guess you understood. Like I said, if you didn't, please go back and review that and maybe tell me at the comment section. Tell me you need to do something very special in strings. Please, I'll do it. I'll make it a point. I'll always do it. Now, variable length, heterogeneous, and arbitrarily nestable. Now, unlike strings, lists can grow and shrink. Now, this is one more important thing about this. Now, one more important thing about this is you can you can grow a list by appending a value or adding a value. And you can reduce a list or shrink it by deleting a value. Now, this is very important. We never saw deleting in strings. I guess that I know most of you ask me maybe how do I delete in a string, how do I do this, please? I told you about it. If you didn't get it, please ask again or just send me a message. Make it very clear in the comment section and I'll get back to you. Now, of, of the category mutable sequence, in terms of our types, category qualifiers, list and mutable, can be changed in place and can respond to all sequence operations used with strings such as indexing, slicing, and concatenation. In fact, sequence operations work the same on lists as they do on strings. Now, this is very important. Now, we have seen the work of an asterisk symbol. We have seen the work of a plus sign in a string. We have seen the work of a lot double asterisk symbols, which is an exponent. Now we've seen it, and it is the same thing that we can do in this. Now, this is very important. Now, a plus sign is going to help you concatenate again values here, like we saw in strings. Now, this is more simple. Now, arrays of object reference technical. Now, Python lists contain 0 or more references to other objects. Now, this is very important. You understand, trust me. So, we have all these. Now, let's look at the common literature and operations that are very common, that are very important. Now, in our study, we are going to focus mostly on this. Now, we show strings. Now, a string, you declare a string either in a single quote or in a double quote. You're going to create a string in Python. Now, it's different here with a list. Now, a list takes what we call. Now, when you're creating when we're creating when you're creating an empty list, you just have to take into consideration this. Now, this is how we're creating this. Now, let's research. We're taking L being our list, our variable that is that's going to contain list. So we just say L is equal to empty, you know, braces. When I do this, uh, it's automatically taking that is that. Now I'm initializing it, but it is empty. Now I've created a list. Now this is simple. This is how we create a list. Now this is this one is like I'm creating a list with a zero index to a third index. Now, this is very important. I've initialized this. I have L is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, when we take it as an index, which is 0, 1, 2, 3. Now, this is very important. Now, a list can also be nested. Now, these are nested sublists: ABC, comma, DAF, comma, and GHI. So these are all. We're going to look at all this. Now, we take an index of a list. Now, this is very important. Now, we can concatenate lists or add lists or connect lists or combine lists using the plus sign, which is like a list 1 plus list 2, which is very important. Now, we can find or we can iterate through a list and find a specific something specific, a specific condition that is met, and we print that out. We can do that. So we can append values or add values or grow a list. So this is very important. Now we can extend lists. So this is also another important thing that we're gonna look at. Now we can sort lists. Now this is another method, another important one. Now we can delete lists, and we can assign a value to a list at a particular index. Now, this is worth knowing. Now, let's go ahead and look at a practical example on this, and I feel it's very important. Now, we're going direct and look at a practical example on this. This is very important. Thank you so much. Thank you for the comments that are coming through and what I thought everything. Thank you so much. So we are going to look at a simple example. Example list in the list. Now I'm gonna take L to store my list. So I'm gonna create an empty list. We're gonna start from 0. I'm gonna create an empty list, and let me print this out. So I'm gonna print this out. Print out. So let's see what's gonna happen. I'm printing this out. I want to show you exactly how we're gonna start, and I want to start from 0. So I'm gonna call this script 6.py. So let me run this. And we see what happens. It's gonna print it, so it's empty. So let me assign values to this. I'm gonna assign 10, then 40, 46, and 56, and then let me run this. Let me run it and see, and we see what happens. I'm trying to print this out, so it's gonna print this. So one thing that I want us to access is, let's print a list at a particular index. Let me say I wanna print out. I wanna print out at the particular index. Let me say 0. I want to set the value at a particular index 0. Now, this is what they know. Let me do this. So an index at a value at a particular list at a particular index 0 is 10. So what have we done? So 10 is actually at the position of 0 index. So this is very important. Thank you so much. I know you understand this. You understand we've done it before, and this is it. Now, I'm gonna create a variable. I'm gonna create list 2 that is equal to. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to ask for an input. of certain values. We haven't seen an input yet in Python, like in this tutorial, but I'm gonna show you now. This is very simple. Now, taking in an input in Python is very simple. The only thing I have to do is I have to ask it to do. Just use the keyword import. Now, the moment I do this, it's gonna create an input. Now that's all. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna ask for an input of 3 numbers. Now this is very important. So I'm gonna say print int of 3 numbers. Yeah, I'm gonna do this, and let me show you how it's done. So I'm gonna say print. Yeah, I'm gonna say A. I'm gonna declare this as A is equal to input enter number 1. So I'm gonna say enter number 1. So I'm gonna say B is equal input enter number 2. Then I'm gonna say C input. I'm gonna say enter number 3. Now this is very important. Now you don't need to inside. Now I'm inputting. Now I'm gonna create a list to take values that are entered, and those values are A, comma, B, comma, and C. So what's gonna happen is my list tool is going to have values that are entered in this. Now I'm entering A, I'm entering number 1 that is stored in a variable A, and I'm entering number 2 that is stored in a variable B, and I'm entering number 3 that is stored in a variable C. Now all these I'm gonna store them in one list. Now like I told you. So I'm gonna store them in one list. Which list is that? I'm gonna store them in a list tool. So let me print this out. So let me print list 2, and just want to see what's gonna happen. So let me run this out and see. So I'm gonna enter number 1, 56. I'm gonna enter number 2, 34, and enter number 5, number 3, which is 56. So it's printing this for me, and which is very true. Yeah. Now this is our new list. Now this is your now. I want us to concatenate these two lists now, like we saw. So let me say concat is equal to list plus list 2. So I'm just gonna print out concat. Now change this because we're concatenating. So I'm gonna say print concat. Yes, I'm gonna say print concat, and we see what's gonna happen. Let's run it out and see. So after we run it, I'm gonna enter 45. I'm gonna say, that. I'm gonna say that, and after we have concatenated, it's gonna print us 10 and 4, 6, and thank you so much. We're gonna look at something very specific again, and we've looked at list working with the numerical variables, numerical objects, or we are going to look at list storing strings and nesting it, and yeah. So I'm gonna create a list, and I'm gonna create it list 1. I'm gonna create a list which is like names. Yeah, I'm gonna say this is I'm gonna say names, and I'm gonna declare them already. I'm gonna say Jerita. I love this name. Love it. Jerita, and 2. I'm gonna say Wilson, and 3. I'm gonna say Daisy. A 4. I'll say Daisy. I'm gonna say his name. Give me a name. Okay. I'm gonna say Tracy. Yeah, these are common friends that I have. These are common friends that I have. I'm gonna print this out. So I'm gonna print name. I'm gonna print names and yeah, I'm gonna print names and see what happens. So I'm working on strings, listing strings in list, and I want to see how this happens. So I'm gonna call this script 8.py. Py. So let me run this out and see what's gonna happen. So let's just wait out and see how the results are going to be. So it's gonna print for me this, and I'm gonna say names. The sort. I'm gonna say print names. So I'm gonna see how this is gonna work out, and now we instant this. So this is going to it's going to sort out values in to sort out content or objects in a alphabetical order. So that's why it's starting with D, and it's going to G and T and W because W is too far. That's why it's like this. So this is very important. Like we saw this refuting at the beginning in the previous video. I made a mistake. I'm sorry about that. I made a very big mistake, but this is exactly what we can do about it. So whatever I said, names dot reverse. So dot reverse, and yeah, let's run this, and and then let's see what happens. Then prenames. I'm gonna prenames. Prenames, I see what's gonna happen. In a reverse format, it takes us back to now a reverse format. This is different. Let me do something. I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna say this is reverse format, and that is in a reverse format, and don't forget a comma, and this is in this is normal sorting. Yeah, I call it this. This is normal sorting, and sorry, these are normal values. Normal, normal, normal value initial. Yeah, I'm gonna say call them initial. Yeah, I'm gonna call them initial, and we're gonna see how it's gonna work out. So don't forget a comma, then save that and run it and see what's gonna happen. So now, our initial values that we had was this. Now, after we have sorted it, now after sorting it in alphabetical order, we see these are the results. Now, in a reverse format, it means disobeying the alphabetical order. We're gonna start from the last and to the beginning to the first. That is the reverse order. So really, I guess you understand all this. You guys understand all this. So I'm gonna create another list. I'm gonna say names two is equal to. Now I'm gonna create something very simple. I'm gonna say, okay, I'm gonna create a name. I'm gonna create a marketing. Yeah. So what I wanna do is I want to append. I want to add. I want to add list a new list, which is a new value that is stored in a new list that is names to. I want to add it to. I want to append it. Now we talked about right at the beginning how we can grow our list and how we can do it our list. Now that's exactly what I want to see. So I'm going to show you that exactly because for instance I want to add this. Now what I'm going to say is I'm going to say names dot append. Now dot append, I'm gonna say names too. I just like being smart. That's why I do this. So I'm gonna say print. I'm gonna call this print new names. Should I create them in a new line? Yeah. I think I should call it a new line. When I call these names, of course, uh, let's run this and see what's gonna happen. Let's run this and see what's gonna happen, and you see what's gonna happen. So marking has been added into this. Now this is very important. Now we've seen how we can add new values into a list. Now this is when the list is growing. Now this can really be so beautiful. You can be very good working with this when you're working with dynamic variables and mostly that you're taking in input from the user. Now this one becomes list becomes very important when you want that. So another thing that we see that I want to print a list at a partial index. So like for instance, let me say I want to print a list at a partial index. So at an index, at index, let me say at a partial index. So I want to print names, but I want to take index 2, an index 3 at an index 3, and I want to see what's going to happen here. So I'm going to say this should be in a new line. So let me run this and see what's going to happen. Let me run this out. So I have a partial index. Now this is what's going to happen is this is Wilson is at index 0, we know. Yeah, and then index 1 is treasure, index 2 is Jared, and index 3 is Daisy. So one more thing that I want us to do is I want us to delete. Yeah, I want us to delete a particular index. Now this is also very important. I want us to delete a particular value in an index. Now I've seen I showed you this before with this, and we need to do something. Maybe like for instance, we wanna delete a certain value. We want to delete a particular value or something of the kind. So I'm gonna say delete names. At index 2. So let me see what's gonna happen here. So I'm gonna say print names. So after deleting, so let me try to run this out and see what's gonna happen after. So see what happens is we have deleted Tracy. We have now at index 2 we have deleted Jerita. Now Jerita is no more there. So this is very important. I guess you understand this. Now let me make this more clear. Now I'm gonna say print after deleting. So after deleting, I'm gonna say operating name. So yeah, after deleting. So you see what happens is when we run this, what's gonna happen is it has deleted for us Gerita, which is at index 2. We're deleting a value at index 2. Now, this is what we need, what does we mean by shrinking a list. Now, this is how we shrink a list, how we delete a list, and so on. So this is very important. So I guess you understand this very well. So one more thing that we might do here is okay. For now, I feel this is more better. This is worked out for us. So we've looked at different functions that we can play with, and one thing that maybe we can print links. So let's say we wanna know about all the links of links, of what we're working on. So of the links of objects in a string. So I'm gonna just say len of names. So I'm gonna print this out and we see what happens. So our length is 4. No, this now, and this is very true, and that is after deleting. No, but before deleting we had 5. The initial we had 4. Now after adding Maclean we got 5. Now after we deleted Gerita we got 4, which is very important. So I guess you understand this all. And the thing is, when you want more of this, please go into our website and don't forget to leave a subscription. Just hit the subscription button. Make sure you subscribe to this channel. Make sure you share this video. Make sure you spread the news. This is totally very good. I learned Python by myself. No one taught me, and that's the skills I'm trying to use to share with others, and I make sure you understand this. Now, my main aim is you understand everything at the end of the video. Everything that I document, I make sure you understand it. Now, one thing that I request you to do is go down at the comment section and leave your review. Say something about this video. If it has helped you well, now you tell me how good it was. If the speed was too much, you tell me. I will try to edit it. So one thing that I want us to do is let's try to understand it. Now, when you understand it, I understand personal. I'm learning from you guys, and every time we learn, every time I teach, every time we. Some system sounds like welcome to a new video. Welcome to a new video. It sounds like we are. It sounds like we're now coming. We're now coming. Okay, we're now coming to the end of our episode 1 of Python Master 3. So we've been talking a lot, and I told you we're looking at episodes, 1 big 3, and I really want to thank you for being part of that, and we're summarizing the episode 1. And we've been looking at objects and data types in Python, which it's been a very good time. Now my energy is dropping because I know we're gonna be looking at different things, after this, and it's gonna be important. So don't forget to leave me a like, leave me a subscription, and make sure you share, make sure you share, and I will share this. Make sure you comment. Comments are very important because I'll be able to get back to you and talk to you in a specific way. Yeah, we have to look at something very special, and it's been a very good time. Being there together, studying together, and going through a lot of things together, and it's been very good. So we shall still be coming back with a new episode, and new episode that will be episode 2. So I should be coming back with episode 2, and you guys I hope you'll be excited. So I also shall be handling the rest Python and a lot of things. So I really want you to be there because very soon, in very few times, we shall be having these videos running on our website, and running on YouTube, and on Twitch, and everything of pleasure. We shall be having this running. So it's been very good. It's been a very good time having me. So before we end this series, we're gonna have to look at tuples there. We're going to look at tuples. This is the last data type that we're looking at of this. Now we have an additional or extra data type that we shall be looking at. And those are files. So file handling, this is very important. Let me tell you that it's not optional. This is very important. We're going to have it running very soon after this. So it's very important that you stay tuned, and make sure you are part of this. Watch this video till I end, and tell me what you think from the comment section. You text me direct, or go to our website and contact us direct and speak to us. I will be there to produce for you. I will be there to share with you. Now the most important thing is you guys are helping me learn. You hoping you learn. Every time you make a review, I get to know where I need to adjust. Every time I write applications, I'll just YouTube training and everything on our website. Or I really find that I find my skills growing every single time. It's one of the ways that I'm trying to minimize skills, and minimize mistakes in my skills, and work better and make sure I'm so familiar with everything. I do a lot of things. It's been very good that I had to really do a lecture on Python that I really didn't learn in college. I really had to teach myself, and it's been very good. And it's the same way simplicity that I'm trying to share with you guys, and it's very good. So let's jump in direct and talk about tuples. Like I told you, our main focus today is gonna be on tuples, and we summarizing this. And let's jump direct. I've already made a documentation on this, and if you don't mind, you can go on our website, and there's a link down right there. You can download this. So most of the time they are very important. You can download them, read them, and go through them, and master them, get certificates, you can take this small document. It is in KB, so you can get this document downloaded in seconds from our website. So, what are tuples? The last collection type in our survey impression is tuple. So, tuples construct simple groups of objects. So, yeah, it's simple. So they work exactly like this, and that's very true. Except that tuples can't be changed now. Lists are mutable now. Tuples are immutable, so you can't change once you enter value. It becomes very hard for you to change. Not just very hard, but we just can't change them. Now that's the only difference that we're really going to see between list strings and tuples. So I guess you will understand this as we move on. You get to know what to know. So we have properties of tuples that we're gonna look at. So ordered collections of arbitrary objects. Now this is like strings and lists, like unlike dictionary. So we saw how this works out very well. So you have seen this how it's very important. So now like strings and lists, tuples are positional ordered by ordered collection of objects. So you know what I'm talking about. It is in a sequence, so it's accessed by offset. Now we saw the previous video where we were talking about when we're talking about dictionaries. We said dictionaries are accessed by keys, not by offset. Now we are back into tuples where we have to use offset or index and so on to access the position and so on, because the key position is still taking consideration right and left to right, order. So it's very important to take about that. So the category is immutable screen, so it's just yeah. So you fix legs and it's nestable. Yeah, we can nest as many lists as we want. You can nest inside a tuple. You can nest as many tuples as you want. So it's very important to remember. It's arrays of objects of reference. So we saw this now. Lists like lists, tuples are best or as subjects to refer to tuples and that. So let's look at common operations that we're going to be looking at in this. We're going to looking at in this short video. We're gonna look at this. Empty brackets. Empty brackets means an empty tuple. So this is how we create it. So a tuple. We can see this. This is a one item tuple. This four item tuple. So these are different. So you can have them in a bracket or outside bracket still. To create friend. And these are nested. So this tuple items is terrible. So we also have this. So we have index. Access. Then we have count. Now all that. So we're gonna be looking at all that. So there are other things that we shall be looking at, I think, in this video. So let's jump in directly to one editor and do a practical example on tuple. So I'm going direct to create a new file. How to create a new file direct, and we jump into this and get done with this very fast. And look at some other things. We have a lot coming up, so it's very important that you stay tuned, you master this, or you can have the best in the future. It's very important. So we're gonna be looking at tuples in Python. Okay, so I'm going to go in the direct and jump and create a tuple. So I'm gonna do like this. I'm gonna use T. I'm gonna say T. t is equal to it means small one t is equal to I'm gonna say I'm gonna just put empty braces. So when I say print t, so let's run this. Let's save it and run. We're gonna call this. We're gonna call this script. We're gonna call this script 15.py. Okay, so when you try to run this, let's run this and see what we're gonna have. When we run this, yeah, brings this empty because it's returning nothing. So let's try to add something here. So I'm gonna add 0. I'm gonna add 0, then run this and see what's gonna happen. So it's going to print 0, which is very true. So I'm gonna access at index 0. See the results that's gonna be printed. Yeah, it's going to print 0. So that's what is index 0. So let me add items here. I'm gonna a tuple can take arbitrary objects. It can literally take every object. It can take values inside inside the list. We can include the characters, strings, and everything. So this is very important. So I'm gonna take a very simple list now, and here I'm gonna have something. Okay, it's fine. So let me have 0. Let me have 1. Let me have 6, 7, and then let me have 30. So this one I'm gonna have. So let me print this out. Let me print this to out and see. Let me see what's gonna happen. So what's happening is printing this, which is very true. So that's why we're getting. So it's very important that we understand this. It's very important that we understand this. I really want to thank you for following this series. It's been a very good time having you guys together. So this is what we have. So I'm gonna take in dynamic values. Yeah, I wanna stay. I want to store dynamic values in this. I'm gonna enter numbers. I'm gonna enter names. I think. Yeah, I'm gonna enter names. Then I'm gonna create a tuple which is called names. Yeah. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to ask for input of names. So I'm gonna say name one. So names 1. I'm gonna say input. This is a string because it's a string. So input enter first name. So I'm gonna say names 2. So I'm gonna say input enter name 2. So names 3. I'm gonna say input I say enter name 2. So one more thing I'm going to show you is I'm going to say names 4. Input the input. Enter names 4. So this is very important. So I'm gonna store all these names in one tuple, and I'm gonna create tuple. I'm going to call it also tuple 1 is equal to, we're gonna create it is called names 1, comma names 2, comma names 4, name 3, comma say names 4. So These are simple tuple that I'm gonna so I'm gonna say print out T1. So I'm gonna run this out and see what it's gonna do. So I'm gonna say Jerita, I'm gonna say Wilson, I'm gonna say Michael, I'm gonna say Bison. So it gives me this. This is really very true. This is what we're gonna be looking at. So it gives out the answer is this. So this is what we have. So this is very important. So this is how tuples work. This is how tuples work. So this is very important. It's more than consideration. We have to consider this. There are moments where we shall need to use this. It's very important. So one more thing that I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna count. I really want to count. Account. I'm gonna create a for. I'm gonna create. I'm gonna create a variable called count. I'm gonna say tl.count. So I'm gonna say print. I'm gonna say print count. So let me try to run this and see what happens. So I'm gonna say I say Maclean, my dad, and I say George, my best friend, I say Wilson. I don't know. So okay, I see no other point. So TL is not defined. Okay, this is T1, not TL, so it's T1. So let's run this again and see what happens. So I'm gonna say Michael, my favorite barber, Mrs. Livia, my sister, Mrs. Rosa, still my sister, say Harriet, my sister. So, type of current is exactly okay. It takes exactly one argument. It takes okay. So it takes exact one argument. So what's saying? Okay, we're taking names too. So now, so we just want to count characters that are in a particular item in a tuple. So that's what we're gonna count. So let's run this out again and see. Let's run this and let's say Jerita, say Boris, say Face, say Ben. So this works. So this is one. It's telling me so it's one. So which is very important. So this is been so it's so good. Cheaper the count. I'm gonna say okay. So I'm trying this and that's something that I wanna check it out. So John Paul. Okay. Okay. So so that's what happens. So that's what happens. So when we try to yeah. So we can also print the length. So we can print the length of tuple. So we can print the length of tuple. So we're gonna say names names yes tired tired. So okay, I didn't know define. So I still had this, so I don't know why this has been there, but it's very fine. So okay, so it's been John Wilson, my son, third, okay. So we 4 items. We have 4 items, which is very important. So you wanna print an item as a partial index or limited to index 2. So I try to print this out and see what's gonna happen. So I'm gonna say Josh, John, I'm gonna say ID, I say 32, I say stone. So a partial item at index 2 is geometry. So this is index 1, index 2, index 0, index 1, index 2, and index 3. So that's what is happening exactly. So we'll see how tuples work, how important they are, and how well you can use them. I don't recommend them for so much, but it's very important. You can use them. They are very good, just like any other. So it's very good. So one more thing that we might do is, there are moments where you need, because now if you want to do slicing, the problem with tuples is that uh, changing becomes a problem. So uh, if we want to do something like we need to change, so it becomes an issue. So that's what the challenge is now. So what we do is we do the conversion now. The good thing about them is you can convert tuples into strings or into lists, and you can do the other operations. One of the operations is when we need to when we need to to delete and do slicing and so on. So we can use that. Then when we need to sort content, we can use that. So the only thing we can do that is when we just try to when we try to when we try to convert this, to convert tuples, we have to convert tuples to this, to allow certain operations. That's the only way we can do that. So let's convert this partial tuple. Let's create a variable that's going to contain our default list. Yeah. So I'm going to say TMP, which is like temporary, is equal to list. So is equal to list. Our list, to 1 or type 1. So I'm gonna say print. Yeah, I'm gonna say printed TMP, which is not a great file. So let's try to run this and see what's gonna happen. Is we enter names, Justin, Josh, Modern, Peter. So okay, so this will happen. So after we've converted, now this is now a list. It's we can use this now. We can use this, and we can do a lot of things with this, and so on. Now if we need to use now, as if we need to convert it back to a tuple, we do the same thing. So what I wanted to show us is this exact. So uh, we can now sort this content because it's no longer a tuple. A tuple is a fixed value that will change, so you can't change it. Altering it always becomes a problem. So with a list, it's you can do that. So the only way we can have changes on a tuple is when we take in when we convert tuple into a when we convert a tuple into a list. So that's the best way we can always have it. So let me try to do something very small here, and Okay, now for instance, we have this. Now, this is what we're gonna have. This one we're gonna be using to do a lot of things. So we're going to be using our temp variable, that is stored our list, which is from the tuple one. So we're going to do a lot of things. Let's try to solve this. So I'm gonna say print 10 dot sort. So we can sort this out and run this, see what's gonna happen. So I'm gonna say Joseph. I'm gonna say Edwin. Say Wilson. Say Jorita. So I say none. Why? Because you know. So this is exactly how this can be done. So okay, so it's sorted. So it is equal to TMP the sort. So uh, I'm gonna say insert. So when I run this part, you recall and say new maybe loss value sorry. So it says none. There is no content to be sorted. Why? Because um, this is already like the content will be literally it's been like so exact. It's been you really don't need to sort a lot. So this is how TUPLES work. This is how we do Eureka. If you really want to understand much about TUPLES, I would ask you to go into our website, or go down. There is a link provided, at the description. You can check out that, and then you go ahead and understand TUPLES. In case you have any questions, I'm not really having so much in and you talk about TUPLES. I don't know why exactly, but I would really ask you to do that. You try to do that. You go ahead and go down there in the description, get a link, and try to get learn more about you. For sure, I'll be talking about this in the website. A lot of things. So thank you so much once again for watching this video. It's been a very good time. Having you as as strong about this. Discussing this and a lot more things like that. So it's been a very good time. It's really thank you so much for watching. Thank you for watching. Okay, thank you for watching our episode 1 of Python Master Course. Oh wow. Thank you for watching our episode 1 of Python Master Course. It's been very good having you guys. It's been very good. So we have a bonus here. So we shall be talking about files slash 500 slash 500 in Python. So we're not done yet. We shall be having this coming up very soon. We shall be talking about files of 500 coming about. For episode 1, it's been very good, very good having you guys. You've been very good guys. Thank you for the contributions and everything. So we've been coming with episode 2 very soon. We're gonna have a lot. Then shall have episode 3 as we summarize this series. By Python Master Course. We shall be summarizing it after episode 3, and we will have exercise, and then we shall be building application now. We're going to have a real-time application that's built. Everyone to who's taking this course, make sure we do something. We have to build a real-time application, real-world application that we shall be using. We shall be updating every single time. We're taking skills, and we have to implement them. So thank you so much for watching. Thank you for being part of this. I'll see you in the next video, in the next section. You're doing an amazing work. You're doing an amazing work, and yeah, thank you so much. You guys are, sharing these videos that are helping you work and do more videos on in Python, and it's very important. So we are still on our episode 1 of Python Master Course, this is very good. This course has been a very good one to me, and I've been learning through you guys. Every time you leave a review down, I get to learn a lot of things, because that is very important. When you tell me about something, I really get to understand. I really get to learn, and I really want to say thank you guys. Thank you for that. Thank you those guys that are subscribing. Now, thank you guys that are watching. Guys are leaving me positive reviews, negative, and we get to discuss and see what the issue is, and how we can come into an agreement, and how we can do the best here and there, and then because this is very important. So welcome to the new video. Now today we are still on episode 1, like I said earlier, and we're still looking at Python objects and data types. Today we are looking at a very important data type for an object in Python, that's called dictionaries. Now if you just heard about dictionaries, this is very important. Now I really want to repeat this. This is very important. Now we have looked at this, we have looked at strings, and we have looked at numbers and everything. Now we still have more Python data types and objects to handle. There are files coming up, there are tuples coming up, there are so on. So it's very important that you master dictionaries. Now that one is very key. It's very important you master dictionaries. Now let's have an overview of dictionaries, of what I've mentioned about dictionaries, and what we shall be looking at exactly now. I've done it here, and if you want this documentation, please, you can go at the description down. I've already put in a link where you can download this, and it's on our website. It's just free. You can just go on and download this. It's very important. Now dictionaries. Now let's talk about dictionaries. Now what are dictionaries? Now yeah, like I said, now apart from this, dictionaries are perhaps the most flexible built-in data type in Python. If you think of this ordered collection of objects, now we have seen this and we saw it. We said it's an ordered collection of objects. Now we saw what this can do. This can take a list in a list, which is a nested list. And this can take an object, can take a string, it can take a number, can take anything. Now, but in an ordered format. Here we are looking at an ordered list. Now that's what dictionaries do. Now we just say dictionaries and ordered list, just as simple as that. Now dictionaries is another collection. The chief of distinctions is that the dictionaries items are stored and fetched by key. Now this is very important. Now we saw how we fetched items in a list, where we have to consider the index, just like a string. So meaning it has no distinct difference between, there was no very big difference between strings and lists, though lists were so advanced. The most important thing that we found, that difference that we saw found in a list and a string, is mostly when it comes to growing and shrinking, deletion and appending, a lot of things. Now the dynamicism and everything. So here we are looking at something very different, and we think that when you want to access a value, when you access an item in a dictionary, here we use a key. Now you will understand what a key is, and instead of a position offset. Now position offset is where we're taking in is where we're taking in the the index, of a variable, of an item in a list, so or in a string. So that's exactly what just happened. So built-in data type dictionary can replace many searching algorithms. Now we saw one of the ways we could be doing the searching here is when we're using in listening, when we're using the index. So it's one of the legitimate way that you really found it necessary to be the searching. But we are seeing something very different and very important here in dictionary. So what saying is built-in built-in being a built-in type, dictionaries can replace many of the searching algorithms, data structures you might have to implement manual lower level languages. Now that's very important. Indexing a dictionary is a very fast search operation. Now this is very important. Now dictionaries also sometimes do the work of records and symbol tables. Now in other languages can represent spare or mostly empty. No, that's very true. So data structures is much more, it's worth knowing all that. We shall check in data structures in the upcoming videos, that is on episode 2 of this. We shall look into that and you will understand what we're talking about exactly. Now here is a rundown of main properties of Python dictionaries. Now it is accessed by key, not by offset. Now it's very important to know that you will understand what a key is when we get into when we start handling examples. It's very important. That's why you have to stay tuned. Share this video. Make sure you invite friends. Make sure you share this ideas. Make sure you can contact me. By the way, I have the email provided down at the description. Now you can always contact me in case of anything, private just trainings and everything, or you discussions or what, because I'm also learning like you guys. So every time we discuss, I learn. Every time you leave a comment down, please, I learn, because I'm gonna check it out. I'm gonna know a lot of things. I work on some unordered collection of arbitrary objects. Now this is more important. Now we saw what arbitrary objects are, and you're gonna see that unlike a list, items stored in a dictionary aren't kept in any partial order. So with a dictionary, you don't really need to take a partial order, to be able to use a dictionary, a lot of items in dictionary. So what happens here is you can really follow an item because any order. So here the thing is we're not going to be using an index or a position, to access an item. So here we're using a key. So the key is always going to be a distinct identification of a particular item in a dictionary. Now that is very important. So we're going to see all that. So variable length situations are arbitrarily nestable. So we can nest as we can we can grow it, and a lot of things without new competition being made. That's very important. So of the category mutable mapping, dictionaries can be changed in place by accessing to indexes. They are mutable, but they don't support the sequence operation that work as strings addition. So because dictionaries are handled collections and operations that depend on the fixed position of them. Now concatenations slicing don't make sense. Now that is our only limitation that we might have here when we start talking about concatenation and slighting, might somehow may not make versions because of they don't support the sequence operation. So now that's the thing. So a sequence operation, ordered operation is not followed in a dictionary. So we might have a concatenation and slicing message slighting being an issue. So inside dictionaries are the only beauty representation mapping type category objects that map keys to values. Now that's the only way. So uh, a table of object references, so hash tables. If lists are arrays of object reference supporting the supposition, dictionaries are other tables of object reference support access by key. So if you really need this, please go down and make sure you download this document. Go in our website and download it. Follow the full documentary of this in our website. It's very important when you do that. It's really very, very important. I really thank every time you go in the website and download this infinityug.com. It's right down there in the description, and you're gonna find it. So Let's look at the common operations that we shall be looking at in this. So one of the operations that we'll be looking at how to create a list. So creating a list, you just need empty calibrations. You can see how they look. So this is exactly how we create an empty list. So it's just like that. So we create a dictionary. Sorry, a dictionary. So this is exactly how you create. So like a list, we saw how we create a list. So the way a list we create a list, so you just declaring a variable or a place where that's gonna stay store store a list, and that's how it is. So you see we declare now just empty bracket. So what happens in dictionary is you use empty calibration just like this. So every time we do this, we just know we are creating we're creating a dictionary. Python, we just know it automatically. So you just have to do this, and all that is is done perfectly just like that. So let's go back and see. So this is a list. Now this is a list of static items. So one that we have declared two-item dictionary. Now this is a two-item dictionary. Now this is exactly what we talk about when we talk about a key. A key is always on the left hand side of an item. So a key accesses item. Now access gives access to item 2. So spam is 2, then exit 3. So this is a key that we shall be using if you need to access a certain value. So a value is this. So this is a value. So this is very important. So always right. So nesting list, you see dictionaries, you see how we can nest dictionary. This is how now there is an alternative way we can always use to access to create a dictionary. Now, this is one of the ways we can use to create a dictionary by using a keyword. So, in bracket, then we taking the keys and the item inside. This is one of the ways we can really use to create this. We're going to look at all this, and then it's very important. Now from keys, we know all this we're gonna do now. When we're doing the searching, we see we're gonna be looking at all this. And even if you don't look at this in details, I really ask you to go down in that website. Please go in that website. We do full document all of this, and we love forums where we really have to discuss. And make sure don't forget to subscribe and like this video, and let's talk about this video. Please tell me what you think about this video. We're going to have this dictionaries briefly. We're not going to talk very much about dictionaries, but I request you to go around and tell me what you think about this video. So let's look at an example. Let's look at a practical example in this, and we see what we're gonna do. You don't forget that. So we have a hashtag. I know Python master course. This is very good. I really love this one. And we're looking at a dictionary. So please let's get started with a simple example. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a new dictionary. So I'm just going to use a D keyword. This is for training purposes. So SQL, I'm gonna create an empty one and say, let's go and say print D. I really wanna see what's gonna happen. So if I asked it to print this out, and we see what's gonna happen is let's just wait and see what's gonna happen here. So let me save this. This is script starting. Script starting. So let's just look at this something very simple. My computer is somehow freezing. It's been running for long, but it's fine. We're going to get done with this. So uh, we'll see what is happening here exactly, and what's going to happen is it's printing empty curly braces, meaning we have nothing in it there. So what I'm gonna do is let's try to declare some restraint to include some like some items there. So I'm gonna take in a name and age. I think, yeah, static items, name and age. So what I'm gonna say name, and for us, we saw if you really want to access a value in a particular key. Now this is a key. Our key here is called name. So if you really want to access a particular value in that, so we use those columns. So that's how we do it. So what we do is name accessing. I'm going to declare my name. I'm going to say my name is Jerita, and comma, because I'm taking in a name and age. Yeah, and then maybe your status. So comma, I'm gonna say age. Age is accessing 24. Yeah, age is accessing 24, and I'm gonna say status. Don't forget, I'm gonna say status. Status as access to relationship. Yeah, I'm gonna say that, and this is very important. So what I'm gonna do, let me try to run this out and see what's gonna happen. Let's run this out and see what happens. So it's printing for me this, and yeah, this is that. So it's printing everything. Name is Jarita, age is this, and then age is this, and its status is this. So one of the ways we can use, let's go a little professional. So we use the keyword values, with the keyword items. Now item built-in method, dictionary built-in method to access it. It does the same work. You're gonna see what's gonna do. So when we use the item and try to print this out, let's see. Let's try to run this out. Let's try to run this out and see. So it's gonna say items. These are dictionary items. This is what we have. So it's gonna say items is name. It's Jerita now. It has made it very clear for us. Age is 24, and status, relationship. This is very important. One more thing that I may want us to do is let's access. We only want to access the keys. Let's see the keys that are really being used here. Now we wanna see what are keys. So I'm gonna say items dot keys. Items dot keys. No, I'm gonna say D, which is our dictionary dot keys, and a key method. So let me run this out and see. So it's gonna print now the keys that we have in here are name, and then age, and then status. So that's what we have as keys. So this is what the noting. Now you see how this really works out very well, how good it is. So what about when we need to access only the value? So what I'm gonna say is I'm gonna say print b dot values. So dot values, it's just like this, and then when I run this out, and we're gonna see what happens. So we have all these things are dictionary items. Then we are in a standard format. Then we have all these being these are dictionary keys, and then we have this being our this being our value. So this is very important. This is what the noting now. So this is very, very important. So I guess you understand. I guess you are understanding this very, very well now. It's very important when you understand this. It's very, very important when you understand it. So that's one of the ways. This is what we're gonna be looking at. So this is an overview of dictionaries. Like I told you, this is what we're gonna be looking at. So when we look at what we opted to look at exactly, and like I told you, there is some alternative way we can use to create a dictionary. Now if we don't need to use this, let me say we don't need to use this, maybe this is um, mm, we maybe don't need to use this, maybe we really don't need to use. Let me comment this off. No, one of the ways we can create a dictionary is using addiction keyword. So it's just like this. So when we use it and then we take it in brackets. Now it's one of the ways we can use to create an empty dictionary. So I'm gonna create a dictionary. Okay, then I'm gonna create an empty dictionary. I'm still going to take in D as my, to take in my dictionary. I'm gonna say dic, um, in bracket. I'm gonna say, I'm gonna say name. I'm gonna say name. Yeah, let me show you exactly what we're opting to do. So what we're opting to do is exactly this, like I told you. So yeah, I'm gonna say name is your return. And then we saw from up we have age. Now age is 24, and we had status. Status is relationship. Okay, relationship. So I'm gonna print. Um, I'm gonna print something very simple. I'm just gonna say the dot. Okay, I'm gonna say I wanna print items. I wanna print everything, but in a standard format. So let's try print this out and see what's gonna happen. So what's gonna happen is okay, sorry, I'm gonna print it again. So what's gonna happen that it's gonna do the same thing as we did at first. Now this is one of the ways that really we need to use to access all this. Now I feel it's even more better, but I'm not saying you should use it all over. I recommend you do everything, you understand everything, which is very important. So this is the ways we can real deal with this. So I'm gonna look at another example, and I'm thinking I want us to create a list, but with dynamic values, with dynamic inputs, to create a dictionary with dynamic inputs. So I don't know why my tongue is into list so much, but it's fine. So I'm gonna create a dictionary with dynamic inputs. Like we get values from a user, and the user puts in that values, and we take them and then create a dictionary from there. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take in different values that are from age, and then status, and then I status, and then age, status, and what else should I say, and then a name. So I'm gonna take in name. Name is input. Now remember we are doing the strings here. Yeah, we saw it at first. Input, enter your name. I'm gonna call it username, just like this. Alright, okay. One bracket missing. So I'm still gonna say age is equal to this is an int. So I'm gonna say um input. I'm gonna say enter your age. So I'm just going to take in a dynamic variable that we can use in so I'm gonna say status. This is gonna be a string. Yeah, by default it works out even without casting enter your status. Okay. We say enter your status, then okay. So let me save this. I'm gonna call this script 14. I'm gonna scroll the script 14.py. Let me run this. Let me run this and we see what's gonna happen here. Let me run this and we see what's gonna happen here. Name I'm gonna say Wilson. Age I'm gonna say 24 and then status single. Yeah, I'll take single. Yeah, I'll take single. So that is what we've done. So we haven't included it into our dictionary. So we need to include this, the dynamic values that we will enter into a dictionary. So we are collecting information from a user. That's what I'm trying to say. So what we're gonna do is let's create in a dictionary. So dictionary is equal to, I'm gonna say it will depend. So we can decide to use this. So dictionary. So I'm gonna say, yeah, I'm gonna say name is equal to name that we are entering from the other file that we are receiving from the other file. In age is equal to age, and then status is called status, the dynamic values that we are getting from the other file, which is okay. So I'm really gonna say I'm going to say let's print dictionary. So let me try to run this and see what's gonna happen here. So I'm gonna say Jerita being my name. Today I'm taking age as 21 started. I'm saying on single. So it is taking it out. So we have printed out now. You see how beautiful this can be. So we have taken in the values we have input. You have taken in the input values from the using in the we told them we're gonna be, they're going to be, Python prints for them their information when they have entered. So they entered in age and age where they entered in name and it's generated. They entered their age, which is 21, and its status, which is single. So that's exactly one of the ways that we really can use to, we need to take in dynamic variables, and mostly when we're getting in data from the user. So this is very important. This is very important. So one thing that I want to do here is I just want us to access the keys. Okay, let me say the items. Okay, let me say the items. Then I'm gonna print this out, and then I'm gonna say I wanna say dictionary. I want to access dictionary keys. Then I'm gonna say I want to apply dictionary value. So um, once again, this is an joke. It's just the most of this method that I'm using out there. So don't worry, don't have a lot of source and think a lot about this. So name this time around I'm taking Treasure. Her age, she's 18 years, and then her status is single. This is still young. So okay, this is okay. This is okay. I understand where this is coming from. Built-in method this object at okay. I'm gonna handle that. I'm gonna see that why it's bringing on that. So we have dictionary keys. It's giving us these are the keys. So we have dictionary uh, values which are this. So that's very okay. Okay, this is what I was missing. So let me run this again and see. So we took Treasure, then we took her age is 18, she's still young, and then there's no way she can be married. Okay. So we've seen, so our dictionary items are all these. So dictionary items, we have name, which is Treasure, we have age, which is 18, and then we have status that are, this is single, and then we have taking in when getting keys we have three keys. So one key is a name, one key is an age, and then we have status. So then have values. Now we have values as Treasure, and we have values as age, which is 18, and then single. So this is very important. Once again, I guess you understand all this now. I was just trying to take in dynamic values from our user. Now, this is very important because very soon we shall be looking at examples where most of the work that we shall be doing is not going to be static, it's not going to be information. So most of the values that we will be taking in, most of the items that we shall be using in our programs are going to be user entered, and then we apply in a logic to make sure we produce results for them. So this is very important, you just have to understand. So we've looked at all this, we've looked at the best the best we can do with dictionaries. Now when it comes to formatting, we do the same thing, formatting, like the way format strings and everything. Now that's the same thing we do here because we're still dealing with the same content, so this is one of the ways. It's the dictionaries are very important now. It's very important. So we have seen what we looked in. So we've seen all this. We've seen all this now. We've seen this, how this works, and this is very important. We've seen this. We've seen all this. So I'm going to create a new list now. One thing I'm going to do is I'm going to let's get our links, and then we shall get the updates. Then the rest of the things, please, I really request you go into the website and make sure you check out all this information because we have it in our website. We have all this in our website. So we have seen all this. We've seen all this. So I want us to create I want us to create a new let's create a new dictionary, which is dictionary 2. Dictionary 2, we're gonna create static variables. So name, I'm gonna call this name. I guess you're not getting confused. I'm gonna call this Michael. Yeah, this is one of my brothers that I love so much. I love him. My little brother, I love him so much. So I'm gonna say his age. Still a young guy. Is 15, 16. Yeah, 16 years. So I'm gonna say 16 years, right? So I'm going to say his status. I'm gonna say his status. As a young guy, maybe he has a girlfriend. I don't know. Still in just going to high school now. Yeah, it's going to high school now. So we've created a new dictionary. This is a dictionary 2. Let's print it out. So let's print the 2. Yeah, let's print the 2 and see what happens. So I want us to run this, and print this out. So we're still going to enter this Daisy. Okay. Say her age, Daisy is 20 years. Yeah. And then our status must be not sure. No shoes. So we have this, we have this. So our new dictionary that we've been creating is this. So let me just separate this dictionary so that I will have something very special here. I can tell I can tell what we're working on. So I'm just gonna do this. I guess you've seen this before. I'm just gonna I'll create a line. That's what I'm gonna do. So what I'm gonna do here is work with Daisy. Okay. I said she's 20 years. Not sure. She's still not sure. So okay. So this is what we're working on. So the new dictionary that we created is for Michael, and we'll see his details. So let me make this standard in a dictionary format. So I'm gonna say the 2 dot items in a dictionary. So let me print this out and see what's gonna happen is we're still gonna use this information because still need it. It's fine, not sure. I don't want to change this out. So We have now these are details of Michael. Now these are details of Michael. I guess we can see them. So what I want us to do exactly is I want us to update the items of, dictionary one, which is D, and with items of dictionary two, which is D2. It's just a simple thing that I want us to do. So I want us to do one thing. So I'm gonna say d dot update, so it is just this dot update. I'm gonna say d2, and then we say yeah, I'm gonna say print d dot items. So let's print out, and and let's see what's gonna happen here. So what's gonna happen here, I'm still going to say Daisy, and say she's 20 years, and then I'm not sure about that. So no, this is what is happening here. So now what has happened is our dictionary 2 has been updated. Now all the content in dictionary 2 has been updated. I think you can see now what has happened is where this information was supposed to be, to be put, we have updated it with the Michael's information now. Instead of Daisy 20 and then not sure, we have updated it with Michael 16 and single. So that's what I wanted us to look into exactly. So which is very important. Now, one more thing that I might want us to look into is I want us to I want us to delete something maybe. Yeah, I want us to delete like some. Let me say I want us to delete. I want us to delete a particular key. You know, a particular key. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna say delete. And then dictionary. A particular key that we're going to be deleting. What should we delete? So we're gonna say let's delete name. So I'm gonna say print d the item. So after deleting, so I'm gonna say here print such some statement here. I'm gonna say after deleting. So after deleting, I'm gonna put it in a, okay, I'm gonna put it in a new line so that we can have this very clear. So yeah, exactly. So after deleting, that's, I think so. Let me try to run this, and we'll see what happens. So when we're working with Daisy, age of 20, her state as I'm not sure of, and okay, delete keys. Okay, so okay, now the thing is Daisy is saying delete key error is Daisy. Okay, we have already updated it. Yeah, that's why it's bringing that. So now deleting it is after we have updated, and then okay, that's very fine. So we're going to look into that. So that's exactly how we delete. So one more thing that we might have to look into I think okay, now what I was supposed to do here is we take exact name of the key, and then let me take in as what would happen if I'd say delete Michael? No, delete me. Okay, so let me try to see this out and see what happens. So we're working with Daisy at her age of 20. I'm not sure. Okay, so it has deleted finally. So yeah, I just made a very small mistake here because this was supposed to be in a course either single or double, so it still works. So we are deleting a certain item in a dictionary from using a key. So what happens is this is these are dictionaries. So how we access dictionaries, we use a key. We don't use a position, like a raise a word. So we use a key. This is very important. So it's very, very important that you understand this. These are key things. Dictionaries are very important. So I guess you understand all this. Please leave a like I said, leave subscribe to this channel and make sure you are part of this always. Every time I upload a video, you always get this, which is very important. So let's try to do something else. I want to print length, the length of this. So I'm gonna print length before deleting and then after deleting. So I'm gonna say print length of the dot items. So I'm gonna say print length. So then I'm gonna do the same thing after I've deleted. After yeah, I'm gonna do the same thing after deleting. Yes, yeah. I guess it's fine. So let me run this out and see. Syntax error. Okay. It's saying valid syntax, something that we've done already. Okay, okay. I'll see what the problem is. We've seen what the problem is. Okay, I've seen. That's very important. So we're still dealing with Daisy. We're taking her age at 20 and then her status that we know she went off and then okay. So before deleting, we see the length of the dictionary items were 3, and that's very true. So this is 1, 2, and 3, and then after deleting, we reduce to 2, which is 1, which is status and age. So this is very important. So thank you so much for watching this important video. No, this has been long, but I guess you understood this that we've been working on. So this is a very, very important. This is very important. So it's been really very good. It's been. Let me take my dad's name. My dad is 62 years. No, sure. I take 60 years married, right? That's why I'm here. So yeah, that's simple. That's just how simple about it. So this is what we've been working on. So thank you so much. We've done the basics, the key things in dictionaries, and I really guess that you understand this. And one thing that I ask you to do is go to our website and make sure you get all this content, and then subscribe and ask a question, leave a review down. Tell me what you think about this video. If it's been very good, if it's helped you, if what. So make sure you share this if it just helped you. Let me see you in the next video. We are summarizing our episode 1 of Python Master Course. Just know we still have more episodes coming up. If they are not uploaded yet, just know they are coming up. Make sure you understand this. In a very few times, we're going to have full course uploaded, and I really request you so much. We're going to look at something very specific again, and we've looked at list working with a numerical variables, numerical objects, or we are going to look at lists, storing strings and nesting it, and yeah. So I'm gonna create a list, and I'm gonna create it list 1. I'm gonna create a list which is like names. Yeah, I'm gonna say this is I'm gonna say names, and I'm gonna declare them already. I'm gonna say Jerita. I love this name. Love it. Jerita, and 2. I'm gonna say Wilson. And 3, I'm gonna say Daisy. A 4, I'll say Daisy. I'm gonna say his name. Give me a name. Okay. I'm gonna say Tracy. Yeah. These are common friends that I have. These are common friends that I have. I'm gonna print this out. So I'm gonna print name. I'm gonna print names, and yeah, I'm gonna print names and see what happens. So I'm working on strings, listing strings in list, and I want to see how this happens. So I'm gonna call this script id on pi. So let me run this search and see what's gonna happen. So let's just wait out and see how the results are going to be. So it's gonna print for me this, and now I'm gonna say names. The sort I'm gonna say print names. So I'm gonna see how this is gonna work out, and now we instant this, so this is going to it's going to sort out values in to sort out content or objects in in a alphabetical order. So that's why it's starting with D, and it's going to G and T and W because W is too far. That's why it's like this. So this is very important. Like we saw this refusing at the beginning in the previous video. I made a mistake. I'm sorry about that. I made a very big mistake, but this is exactly what we can do about it. So whatever I said, names dot reverse. So dot reverse, and yeah, let's run this, and and then let's see what happens. Then prenames. I'm gonna prenames. And prenames, I see what's gonna happen. In a reverse format, it takes us back to now a reverse format. This is different. Let me do something. I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna say this is reverse format, and that is in a reverse format, and don't forget a comma, and this is in this is normal sorting. Yeah, I call it this. This is normal sorting, and sorry, these are normal values. Normal, normal, normal value initial. Yeah, I'm gonna say call them initial. Yeah, I'm gonna call them initial, and we're gonna see how it's gonna work out. So don't forget a comma, then save that and run it and see what's gonna happen. So now, our initial values that we had was this. Now, after we have sorted it, now after sorting it in alphabetical order, we see these are the results. Now, in a reverse format, it means disobeying the alphabetical order. We're gonna start from the last and to the beginning to the first. That is the reverse order. So really, I guess you understand all this. You guys understand all this. So I'm gonna create another list. I'm gonna say names2 is equal to. Now I'm gonna create something very simple. I'm gonna say, okay, I'm gonna create a name. I'm gonna create a marketing. Yeah. So what I wanna do is I want to append. I want to add. I want to add list a new list, which is a new value that is stored in a new list that is names2. I want to add it to. I want to append it. Now we talked about right at the beginning how we can grow our list and how we can do it our list. Now that's exactly what I want to see. So I'm going to show you that exactly because if for instance I want to add this. Now what I'm going to say is I'm going to say names dot append. Now dot append, I'm gonna say names2. I just like being smart. That's why I do this. So I'm gonna say print. I'm gonna call this print new names. Should I create them in a new line? Yeah. I think I should call it a new line, and I'm gonna call these names, of course. Let's run this and see what's gonna happen. Let's run this and see what's gonna happen, and see what's gonna happen. So marking has been added into this. Now this is very important. Now we've seen how we can add new values into a list. Now this is when the list is growing. Now this can really be so beautiful. You can be very good working with this when you're working with dynamic variables, and mostly that you're taking in input from the user. Now this one becomes list becomes very important when you want that. So another thing that we see that I want to print a list at a partial index. So like for instance, let me say I want to print a list at a partial index. So at an index, at index, let me say at a partial index. So I want to print names, but I want to take index 2, an index 3 at an index 3, and I want to see what's going to happen here. So I'm going to say this should be in a new line. So let me run this and see what's going to happen. Let me run this out. So I have a partial index. Now this is what's going to happen is this is Wilson is at index 0, we know. Yeah, and then index 1 is treasure, index 2 is Jared, and index 3 is Daisy. So one more thing that I want us to do is I want us to delete. Yeah, I want us to delete a partial index. Now this is also very important. I want us to delete a particular value in an index. Now I've seen I showed you this before with this, and we need to do something. Maybe like for instance, we want to delete a certain value. We want to delete a particular value or something of the kind. So I'm gonna say delete names. At index 2. So let me see what's gonna happen here. So I'm gonna say print names. So after deleting, so let me try to run this out and see what's gonna happen after. So see what happens is we have deleted Tracy. We have now at index 2 we have deleted Jerita. Now Jerita is no more there. So this is very important. I guess you understand this. Now let me make this more clear. Now I'm gonna say print after deleting. So after deleting, I'm going to say operating name. So yeah, after deleting. So you see what happens is when we run this, what's going to happen is it has deleted for us Gerita, which is at index 2. We're deleting a value at index 2. Now, this is what we need, what was we mean by shrinking list. Now, this is how we shrink a list, how we delete a list, and so on. So this is very important. So I guess you understand this very well. So one more thing that we might do here is, okay, for now I feel this is more better. This is worked out for us as well. We've looked at different functions that we can play with, and one thing that maybe we can print lengths. So let's say we want to know about all the lengths of of what we're working on. So of the lengths of objects in a string. So I'm going to just say length of of names. So I'm gonna print this out and we see what happens. So our length is 4. No, this now, and this is very true, and that is after deleting. No, but before deleting we had 5. The initial we had 4. Now after adding marklin we got 5. Now after we deleted Gerita we got 4, which is very important. So I guess you understand this all. And the thing is, when you want more of this, please go into our website and don't forget to leave a subscription. Just hit the subscription button. Make sure you subscribe to this channel. Make sure you share this video. Make sure you spread the news. This is totally very good. I learned Python by myself. No one taught me, and that's the skills I'm trying to use to share with others, and I make sure you understand this. Now, my main aim is you understand everything at the end of the video. Everything that I document, I make sure you understand it. Now, one thing that I request you to do is go down at the comment section and leave your review. Say something about this video. If it has helped you out, now you tell me how good it was. If the speed was too much, you tell me. I will try to edit it. So one thing that I want us to do is let's try to understand it. Now, when you understand it, I understand personal. I'm learning from you guys, and every time we learn, every time I teach, every time we